Absolutely. And with emotional reactions. We follow this very closely.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said it's clear Trump is increasingly disillusioned with Putin after the continued attacks on Ukraine. He also spoke about the lifting of range restrictions for weapons delivered to Ukraine by Germany and other Ukrainian allies, a move the Kremlin calls dangerous. CNN's Kristen Holmes has more now from Washington.
President Donald Trump having a clear change of public posture when it comes to Russia and Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, after his phone call with him last week, where he described the relationship as good, saying that Ukraine and Russia were going to go straight to the negotiating table. He is growing frustrated with the Russian president, particularly after that series of attacks we saw over the weekend. This is what he told reporters.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time. Always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
Now, generally, Donald Trump spends most of his time talking about his good relationship with Vladimir Putin, focusing instead on the actual war in Ukraine, on trade deals or potential economic partnerships should Russia end the war. Now, what was particularly interesting in this conversation with reporters is that he was asked if he's considering adding additional sanctions to Russia. And in this conversation, he said yes, because of what he is seeing going on in Ukraine. Last week, after that conversation between Putin and Trump, it seemed like sanctions were all almost completely off the table, or at least additional sanctions there. Now, the other thing I want to point out here is that Donald Trump continues to try and back away from this conflict. He once said that he would resolve in 24 hours in a series of posts over the weekends. He also said this wasn't his problem. It wasn't his war. He blamed it on Zelensky, on Putin, and even on Joe Biden. Kristen Holmes, CNN, the White House.
Jill Doherty is an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. She's also a former CNN Moscow bureau chief and the author of My Russia, What I Saw Inside the Kremlin. Appreciate you joining us.
Hey, Rosemary. Good to be here.
Wonderful. So one day after President Donald Trump called Vladimir Putin absolutely crazy for targeting civilians in Russia's biggest aerial attack since the start of the war, the Kremlin is now responding, saying Donald Trump may be suffering an emotional overload. So what does this signal to you, and how likely is it that Donald Trump will now respond by imposing additional sanctions on Russia to get Putin to the negotiating table?
Well, that comment by actually Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson for the president of Russia, was that this is emotional for everyone, that it's highly emotional. Emotional overload is the word that he used. So I think what they're trying to do is, it doesn't look good for the president of the United States to call the president of Russia crazy. It doesn't look good domestically for President Putin to be called crazy. So I think what they're trying to do, they want to continue to talk with the United States. Putin apparently doesn't want peace now at all, but they want to keep talking. So what they're trying to do is kind of smooth down, the edges of those comments by President Trump and keep the ball rolling, but not create too many problems in the relationship at this point.
Select a PMIS for the people who actually use it. With just a few clicks, set permission.
And Jill, President Trump appears shocked that Putin is targeting civilians with deadly aerial attacks, shooting rockets into Kyiv and other cities while in the middle of peace talks, is what he observed. But most other world leaders already knew what Putin was capable of. Why did it take so long for Trump and his administration to realize who they're dealing with?
Well, it might be that there is a difference between his administration and the president himself, because the administration has, in some cases, sounded a little bit harder. But President Trump actually, I believe, thought that he could get a deal with the power of his personality and that personal relationship with Vladimir Putin. It hasn't happened, and it must be intensely frustrating. And you can hear it, in the president's comments calling Putin crazy. he sounds angry and he sounds frustrated. But the question is, Rosemary, and you asked, is will he do anything about it? Will he follow through on what he said? I'm, open to or considering sanctions, but he didn't say what kind of sanctions. And he said this before. He said it numerous times that, he's not happy, we should do this, etc. But he has not actually pushed for new sanctions. And that is the crux. And it could be sanctions. It could also be military aid for Ukraine. And he's not doing that either.
And meantime, European leaders are reaffirming their support for Ukraine and renewing ceasefire calls after Putin's aerial assault on Ukraine and after Trump called Putin absolutely crazy. They are hoping that this signals that Washington will now take a harder line in pressuring Putin to the negotiating table. But as you've pointed out, we're not seeing any signs of that right now. So what do you expect might happen next?
Well, you have the Europeans now saying that the Ukrainians can use weapons that they get from the Europeans to actually attack Russia, long range. That's something that President Biden did not want to do. He was very concerned that that would create even more problems and even lead to some type of war. But the Europeans are now apparently moving ahead on that. And the Russian spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, said that could be dangerous. That would be a dangerous step. So I think the war right now is, continuing full force. In fact, perhaps even more full force than before. And then the peace negotiations, it's always very hard to say what President Trump will do next. But he could still walk away. There's still that possibility, even though he threatens to walk away, but then he doesn't, and he's back in the game again. But he could walk away and finally say, look, Putin's crazy, Zelensky, and he had criticism for Zelensky as well. Zelensky creates problems every time he opens his mouth, and therefore I am walking away. It's almost as if he is talking to two school children. There is that castigating tone.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and we're simulcasting for the morning session on X Spaces. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by subscribing to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I do live streams. I also do premieres for the ones that could not watch the show live. We go over the news, we go over the markets. I tell you my perspective on different topics, either international, domestic, finance, scientific, and how to improve your health and wellness. So please share the links, subscribe, ask your social media to follow me. I greatly appreciate it. You can also help support the work that I do by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I do all these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my webpage, on the homepage of my website. And you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the paid membership and the donations that help me do these videos for free. And you can also purchase a lot of different products in my store. I have ebooks, course material about immunology and pulmonology that you can purchase. And better yet, listen to the health protocol that I follow every day to improve your health and wellness. So with that said, let's do a market update. Right now, the markets haven't opened up yet in New York, but the equity futures are at 5,887, about 70 points up. Things were stable in the Asian session. last night, and not a lot of big movement with BITO or oil over the Asian session. All right, the markets have just opened. It's in New York, so now we are the actual S&P 500 is trading at 5,868. VIX is trading at 20.46. I'd like to see the VIX below 20. So there's a little bit of stress in the market. And I think part of that is due to a little bit of turmoil that's going on in Ukraine. Keep in mind that tariff negotiations are smoothing out between the United States and Europe, but not for China. So that's still on the board of high risk. Euro USD is trading at 1.13, so the euro is strengthening relative to the dollar. Oil is trading at 61.10. It's trading near the bottom of the range, with anywhere from a low 61 handle to a high 60 handle is the low end of the trading range, and about 63 to about 63.25 is the upper range. So this is the time to buy oil. It could go lower. The OPEC Plus is going to be announcing if they're going to increase production. If that is, there'll be a decrease in oil for a few trading sessions, and that would be a perfect time to buy because it'll come back up between that trading range. BITO is an ETF for Bitcoin that's trading at 23.31. And last night, there wasn't that much movement with Bitcoin. I was surprised. I was expecting a little bit more movement with it. I think Bitcoin is trading at about 110 right now. Let me see here. Take a look at it on a different screen. Yeah, about 110. So 110,000 a coin. USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.9. I want to see Japanese yen at 145 or higher. So as that approaches 140, that means stress in the market. So the higher the number, the weaker the yen, the better off we are. Okay. Natural gas is trading at 3.3. There's a trading range at about 3.1 to about 3.6. So it's right in the middle right now. And that's due to the fact that there was increased inventory in natural gas. And UCO is an ETF trading oil. That's trading at 20.81. Gush, which is focused more on the oil production and exploration, that's trading at 21.12. DRIP is the inverse of that ETF, and that's trading at 10.84. Okay, so that's a little bit of the market update. What I'm going to do is switch off the X Spaces morning show, and we're going to just do the video show. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
Of course, and I was thinking about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The cuts that DOGE made, have they had any specific impact on the companies, on the constituents in your district?
Well, first of all, congratulations on making it through the Fredericksburg to DC 95 district. That's a place that's that I travel a lot, and it's not very easy to travel in. There's no question that what we're seeing happen in terms of government spending cuts is affecting, especially the DC metro area part of my district. You see it in both announced job losses. If you look at Challenger job announcements in February and March, they were quite significant, particularly government side. We see it in the week-to-week government spending numbers, in retail spending, particularly discretionary retail spending in the DC metro area. Job postings are down about a third. We're even seeing listings come up in the residential real estate area. So you're definitely seeing that impact in DC Metro.
I also want to get your opinion on what's going on with the relationship between hard and soft data. It's something that we talk about on the show quite frequently because you have the soft data suggesting that things look a lot more stagflationary than the hard data actually shows. And I'm wondering whether the sentiment data, the survey data that we receive, is still a reliable indicator of what the hard data will eventually reflect.
Well, I separate business and consumer sentiment on that. I think business sentiment is a very good indicator of what you're seeing. And what you're seeing in the business sentiment is the surge in optimism that came business policies after the election has backed off. And you see hesitancy to invest, hesitancy to hire. And that's the same thing you're seeing, as you talk to businesses. And so I think that's very consistent. By the way, we saw the same thing in 2019, and I think it played out in a very similar way. Consumer sentiment, which historically has been strongly correlated with consumer spending, has not seemed to be for the last 2 or 3 years. I think that's pretty simple. Inflation is a big bugaboo in people's minds. As you know, everybody hates inflation, and the prospect of inflation drives sentiment down significantly. And, in today's always-on media environment, where people look at notifications all day long, the notifications they're seeing are tariffs, inflation, and they're anticipating that. You can see that in terms of the consumer sentiments expected inflation 5 or 10 year, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever. And that takes sentiment down. There's no evidence yet that inflation-driven drop in sentiment drops spending. And nothing I'm seeing in the real-time spending data suggests that spending is dropping. But that's why I say there's the disconnect on the consumer side. Sentiment seems very clearly moving things on the business side, less clear on the consumer side.
Tariffs, as you mentioned, is what we've been talking about for some months. But now we have the budget bill on the horizon, the fiscal side of it. What are people telling you in your district, and you have a lot of rural areas as well, about the potential effects on the economy from the bill? Some see stimulus from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Maybe that's an inflation problem going forward. And others say maybe there's a problem with consumer spending going forward because people are losing income from Medicaid and other cuts. How do you see that affecting the economy?
Well, I was in rural Virginia, as I was telling you earlier last week, and we had a lot of conversations about how they're seeing policy. I don't think this has reached the level of much focus in the small towns, at least in my district. I think people are focused on the basics. The places people they worry about healthcare. Rural healthcare is a pretty big issue in the small towns, and people wonder about how any changes to healthcare is going to affect rural hospitals. And I think people are just waiting to see where Washington lands on this.
We had a drop in GDP that surprised me last quarter. I talked to the experts here at Bloomberg about it, and they told me that's okay. It's because we were pulling forward so much ahead of President Trump's tariffs. And now that he's pushing those tariff dates back, I wonder if you think companies and consumers are going to continue to pull forward and bring so many imports in that we get another big drop in GDP. Tom, could we have a technical recession because of this?
Well, so the businesses who are facing these tariffs go in one of two directions. There's some set of people who pull forward, and you certainly saw that in pharmaceuticals in the first quarter, stockpile inventories in advance of tariffs. But there's another set that are actually pulling back and saying, and we saw that in China, if you look at the shipments out of China, out of the ports, and they're saying, look, I'm not taking this till I see where it goes. Now we've got a different tariff regime in China for some period of time. We're not yet seeing much movement in terms of shipments out of China. It, I think, takes a few weeks to get that going. And I just think we're going to see some back and forth on this quarter, next quarter, and we're just going to have to get the other side of it. Again, it's part of why I say there's so much fog here, because you might say we had a great consumer spending month in March because auto sales boomed, or you might say that people bought their cars before they saw price increases.
Well, as we wrap this up, when you look forward, which part of the mandate do you think will see an effect first, on the inflation side or the employment side?
I'm more balanced than a lot of what you read. I could describe to you how some of these forces like tariffs might be inflationary. I can describe to you how other forces like lower gas prices might be disinflationary. I could describe to you how less government spending might be less employment, and that has issues on the employment side. I can also describe to you how people who haven't hired for 18 months, if spending continues, might need to start hiring. And so I'm waiting to see what happens.
All right, a great conversation to start this week. Our big thanks to Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin and Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
And Michael McKee there in a discussion with a gentleman from Richmond. Paul, my key takeaway there was this is really, really important, folks. Barkin put the dialogue in its place. He says you go outside X number of zip codes in Virginia where the fancy people live, and you know what they're worried about? Is my hospital going to shut down?
Yeah.
I can't convey enough in all the emails I get, the messaging I get from all of you. There's separately two conversations going on. Fancy bow tie talk about what the 10-year real yield's going to do, and what are we going to do with the Fed meeting in question 12? Nobody cares. It's just about across America, is my hospital going to shut down?
Yes,
that was beautiful.
It was. Some of the essential services that the federal government provides. What we understand, obviously, some of those are at risk potentially, and so people are rightfully concerned about that, and they're looking for information.
Well,
so there we go.
See.
And we'll have it.
Market's open right now. Paul, do a quick data.
Sure. We got the S&P, Tom, up. That's a 1%. The NASDAQ.
I think something that I mentioned back in late 2021, early 2022, about how community hospitals were on the knife's edge in terms of finance. They were having lots of difficulty. Hedge funds were coming in and buying them out. So clinics and community hospitals definitely have problems financially. And what was keeping them afloat for the last few years has been COVID money. Well, that COVID money has dried up, and now you have increased yields on the treasuries. So that means that if a certain community is issuing bonds or a certain company is issuing bonds, all those bonds that they're issuing are going to be at higher interest rates. So the debt service for those issuances are going to be more. So it adds increased financial stress with these community hospitals. But the community hospitals have had financial difficulty way before COVID. COVID is what kept them afloat in terms of finance, and government subsidies, if you want to use that term. But with the yields going up, all borrowing costs for corporations, municipalities, even the United States government, it is elevating. So it's very important to pay attention to the 10-year yield and the 30-year yield. So what is interesting, and I did a video during the holiday about the spread between the 30-year and the 10-year, and it's actually a decent spread. It's about 0.5. So about 50 basis points. I think it's 51 basis points. That hasn't happened since I think it was 2021, October of 2021, if my memory serves me correct. And it's been as high in the last 10 years or so at about 75 basis points. So it's 25 basis points less than a 10-year high for the actual spread. Now the question is will it start to come back in? You know, the 30-year is almost, within this time series, the peak of it was at 5.09. And when I was doing the actual analysis, the 30-year was trading at the close at 505 or 506. So it's very close to the all-time high in terms of that time series, that 10-year time series. So, and I think that happened in 2022. So maybe 2023, but we most likely will continue to see increased yields on the 30-year and the 10-year, and a little bit more widening, more of a spread, getting closer to 0.75, 75 basis points, and then it'll start to come in. That's what I think is going to happen. But we're talking we're probably talking months, we're talking about 4 months into this, trading spread that I'm talking about here. Let's take a look at the yields, what the yields are trading at right now. Now, the 30-year is trading below that 5.6 mark, or 5.06, not 5.6, 5.06. It's trading at 4.97, and the 10-year is trading at 4.46. So treasuries are, stable today in terms of yield. Okay. With that said, we'll continue on with Bloomberg, but help support my work. All right. I do all these videos for free, but if you listen to me and you follow the health protocol that I've been doing, you're going to slow down the aging process, have more vitality. You're going to have more energy. Your immune system is going to be better. And guess what? If you've been paying attention to me, you really do need to boost up that immune system and help with your endocrine system and your brain function, cardiovascular system, your gut health. So if you listen and you follow my directions, then you're going to improve and target these different systems. So let's talk about your immune system. And find it. I have 2 great supplements on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, that you should be taking. The first supplement is the vitamin C and magnesium. The vitamin C and magnesium is a dual purpose supplement. It's going to help with your skin, help with your immune system, and help with your brain function. Magnesium is very important for brain function. And we had in the news about what happened to Duck Dynasty actor, I think his name's Phil Roberts. He passed away, unfortunately, from dementia, or Alzheimer's Alzheimer's with a blood disease. So I have my own thoughts on what was going on there, but we'll talk about that on another day. But it's really important to focus on brain health, all right? Especially when you have a population that is getting older. Vitamin C and magnesium is going to help with the skin, health of the skin, your immune system, soak up free radicals, and the magnesium is going to help with your brain function. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. Magnesium and zinc, it's another great supplement, dual purpose, helps with your brain function and your immune system. You can take this stack, the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, stack them together to boost up that immune system and help with your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's continue on with Bloomberg.
The 53-year-old driver has been arrested, and police say it does not appear to be related to terrorism. Liverpool Mayor Steve Rotherham spoke this morning.
There was lots and lots of really heartening things that happened where local people said that they'd opened the door for people if they couldn't get home. There were offers of lifts in cars so that people could get to their destinations. This is the true humanity of the great people of this city.
4 of the 47 people hurt were children. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom Paul Lisa.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. I love YouTube and the live chat. Yep. I learned so much there. Thank you so much for emailing this in on live chat. Congrats to Aberdeen for their Scottish Cup win.
Really?
100,000 people. Aberdeen's nice. Not big. 100,000 people show up wearing red, which is what you do in Aberdeen. And they go in the city of Aberdeen. I guess they gave them the key to the city.
Sure.
Aberdeen FC won the Scottish final I think they pronounce it Celtic. It's not
Celtic.
the Boston Celtics.
Okay.
It's Celtic, I think.
They're called the Dons. They won a dramatic
Very good.
penalty shootout 4-3
Hampton
at
Park.
Hampton on Saturday.
Yeah.
They claimed the trophy for the first time in 35 years. So congrats to the...
Very cool. I know nobody cares, but good morning to Scotland. Listening to us in Scotland. Simon Harsh today.
I haven't seen Kenny laugh that hard in years.
Our global technical director woke up. Good morning to all of you across the King's United Kingdom. Bloomberg surveillance.
All right, so we're going to probably go to MSNBC here, listen to some of the issues with their perspective issues with Trump. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. This multivitamin is a very important foundational piece for your health protocol. You should be taking a multivitamin every day, even if you're not taking mine. But the thing is that this one is very easy to digest, and it gives you all the important enzymes, right? All the important cofactors for enzymes to have proper cellular activity, right? So you get multivitamins in here, and these multivitamins are cofactors for your enzymes in your cell so you can have proper cellular metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use this multivitamin, all right, as a foundation, and you build off of it, like adding, we'll talk about some other supplements here, but adding a probiotic is really important as a foundational piece. It's very important to take a multivitamin every day. Now, stack the multivitamin with olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is a dual purpose product. I have lots of supplements that are dual purpose, and I do that on purpose. Why? Because when you stack these together in a special way, you're going to be able to target multiple systems. So if you stack it with the multivitamin, you're helping with your cellular metabolism. You're having proper enzymatic activity because you have cofactors. And taking olive leaf extract is going to lower your inflammation of those pro-inflammatory cytokines. It's going to lower it. So that's going to help your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. When you lower inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. When you lower systemic inflammation, chronic systemic inflammation, you're helping your immune system, because if you're chronically inflamed, it's actually immunosuppressive. So you want to calm that down. You want to calm your immune system. And when you calm those pro-inflammatory cytokines, you're actually boosting up your immune system. And this is a major theme that I've been saying for years. Just pay attention to me. Another thing that people don't realize is that when you take an inoculation, they have to give you an adjuvant. Well, that adjuvant causes inflammation to be able to stimulate the production, to stimulate the presentation of the MHC to the T cells to allow for antibody production. Well, that's called breaking tolerance, actually. That's the technical term. Well, if you lower inflammation before and after an inoculation, you're reducing the chances of titer formation. And when you do that, you're reducing the chances of inoculation injury. And I've been saying this for 5 years. So just pay attention to me. Lower pro-inflammatory cytokines by taking certain types of supplements and stacking them the way I tell you to. All right. So olive leaf extract also brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So it brings down inflammation. It's helping your immune system. It's helping your vascular system by bringing down that vascular inflammation. But it's also helping your lipid profile, bringing down LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. And when you do that, you're reducing your chances of plaque formation, because less LDL, less inflammation means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract and stack it with a foundational supplement such as the multivitamin. So stack the multivitamin and the olive leaf extract. Great way to start in getting healthy. The more you add to the stack, the better, the more you're moving towards an anti-aging situation and longevity protocol versus just targeting certain systems. So please go to my store, get the olive leaf extract, and get the multivitamin. Again, the multivitamin has the cofactors for proper enzymatic activity. And when you have the proper cofactors for enzymatic activity, your cells are going to perform better. So please go to my store, use discount 5, get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount the number 5, and you get $5 off any order.
So President Trump held a private dinner last week for more than 200 investors who bought into his meme coin, raising ethics concerns about buying access to the president. NBC News has learned the guests paid between $55,000 and $37.7 million for the Trump coin, making the average cost of a seat at the dinner over $1 million.
That's a very expensive dinner. Hopefully it was a 16-course meal. Just a backstory on this. So you'll hear in the news about JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JP Morgan, has now opened up their investments for their clients to be able to invest into Bitcoin and Bitcoin derivative, Bitcoin, not necessarily derivatives, but ETFs and other mechanisms of purchasing Bitcoin in their wealth funds. Okay, so they're opening that up for their clients. Jamie Dimon stated that he's not trading, he himself doesn't invest in Bitcoin, and that he views it as a there's no real true economic reason to have Bitcoin. All right. I've been saying this for years. I was on panels and in conferences going all the way back to 2016 and 2017 about why I think artificial intelligence is bad and Bitcoin's bad, because they're together. The reason being is that Bitcoin can have metadata, and with artificial intelligence, you have track and trace and an increased national security apparatus that's reminiscent of 1984, the book, right? So I was totally against it. But not only that, there's no real need for Bitcoin, all right, in terms of economic. Now, the technology underlying it, the blockchain, can be used for other things than just financial transactions. So, there's benefits for a blockchain, but true economic value of Bitcoin doesn't exist. Anyone that says it does, they're pretending, right? But that doesn't mean you can't make money, because it's very volatile and it's a virtual commodity. It acts like a virtual commodity. So if you are used to commodity trading, either agriculture or metals or even energy, you'll notice that there are similar dynamics that are going on there. Now, again, there's no true economic added value to Bitcoin. If you can make the argument that actually mining coins are actually bad for the environment because it's such an energy hog. But some of these miners are moving towards sustainable energies, but still, it's an energy hog. So you can say the same thing with these servers for AI. They're huge energy hogs. To do a search, for example, and I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but to do a search on Google, let's say, is 1 energy unit. To do a search on ChatGPT is 3 energy units. It's almost 3 to 4 times more energy intensive to use AI. All right. So it's not a very efficient, even though it's fast to you, it seems fast to you. The heat generated from these servers and to train these models is so energy intensive that, we are going to have, we are going to be going up against a wall where there's huge more demand for energy, and there's going to be pushes in localities for sustainability because of this. AI isn't going to stop, all right? Neither is Bitcoin, but you can make money through this volatility. Another part of the backstory is that there's stablecoin that's being pushed through Congress. And stablecoin is basically taking digital assets and having them backed with treasuries. Now, what that basically means is treasuries, the U.S. treasuries, are going to be the underlying that will be marked, where the value of the coin has to be marked with a 1-for-1 to treasuries to stabilize this volatility. So digital assets are going to start becoming stable, and not only that, they will be used for economic transactions, and it's increased the demand for treasuries. All right. So as maybe treasury demand is starting to falter overseas, there's actually going to be a surge of demand for treasuries because of stablecoin if this gets through Congress. So there's another reason why digital coins like Bitcoin is going to end up going up because of this whole stable coin passage. In addition, ETF wrappers, lots more investors and institutionals are moving in and designing their portfolios to gain beta relative to the benchmark, let's say the S&P 500, to be able to tell their clients that they're five percentage points higher than the benchmark, or 10 percentage points higher. And they have to invest in things that are risky. And Bitcoin, because of the price volatility, is risky. But because of it being wrapped in an ETF, you can start creating strategies that can be hedged and palatable to an average investor for the long term. All right. So there's a lot of different dynamics and why there is inflows going into Bitcoin. But if you think Bitcoin is an economic necessity, you're wrong. It's just absolutely wrong. It's not how this is going to play out. Bitcoin is not going to supersede dollar. What's going to happen is that you're going to have coins, stable coins, that are going to be to stabilize these coins. You're going to have to be buying treasuries. So it's going to be actually backed with an actual asset. Now, people will say, well, that's, it's the most liquid thing in the world. Literally, the most liquid asset in the world is the United States treasuries. There's nothing else. Not gold, not Apple stock, not Bitcoin. Nothing is more liquid than the U.S. treasuries. Nothing. So people just need to wake up. All right. So what's going to happen? We used to have dollars that were backed by gold. Well, not, and then we got off the gold standard. What's going to happen is this. Actually, stable coins are going to be backed by U.S. treasuries. Okay. And we're talking about the tune of about $2 trillion of U.S. treasuries. So that's going to be a surge in treasury prices. And there's going to be creating strategies, or should they be on the front end of the curve or the back end of the curve? But the point here is there's going to be a big surge when institutions start using these stable coins. If it gets passed in Congress, there's going to be a big surge for buying up treasuries because they have to have it on their balance sheet. So what happens is banks are kind of a pseudo Federal Reserve to stabilize the monetary base of stable coins. Okay, so that's the backstory. So what does that mean? If you pay attention to me and you pay attention to these ETFs that are trading Bitcoin, you can benefit from it. But it is volatile. But with volatility, it gives you opportunity. And that's why I keep on saying, take a look at BITO. Now today, since the open, it's been falling a little bit. It's trading at 23.20. Bitcoin's probably trading at about 110 right now. So Bitcoin is trading at 110.0. So it's having a little problem at the 110 mark. It's a resistance level. The 110 is a resistance level for Bitcoin. But once it surpasses that level, we're talking about 115. Well, when that happens, if you position yourself in BITO, you'll get the appreciation of the asset price of BITO, and you can close out once you're at 115. Once the Bitcoin's at 115, and then it'll come back down, and then you buy again, BITO. So you play this. A lot of people, you can view this as like fishing, right? There's lots of different ways to fish, right? There's fly fishing, right? There's just going out on a small pond and just pan fish. You can go out in deep sea and do deep sea fishing. You can be more industrial and have these nets that bring in tons of fish. There's lots of ways to fish, right? Just like there's lots of ways to make money out of the stock market. So view the market as like water. And these different assets are different fish, all right? And if you create a strategy and you become honed in on a certain type of fishing, like fly fishing or pan fishing, you can make a living. It's really that simple, all right? It's not, you don't have to overly complicate it with some of these quote gurus on Bloomberg, all right? So, and you're looking for, just like with fish, there are times of the season where there's the ebb and flow of the population going through a river or a certain time of the day, and you just learn the rhythm, and you'll be fine. Okay, let's continue.
Joining us now, New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold and CNBC reporter Mackenzie Sigalos. Both have been covering Trump's meme coin dinner extensively. Mackenzie, I'll start with you. What's the latest that you know? What's going on?
Well, what we're looking at now is stablecoin legislation in Congress hitting a standstill as a direct result of this dinner. And part of the concern comes from the list of attendees. You've got the #1 token holder, Justin Sun, a Chinese-born crypto mogul who owns $97 million worth of 2 Trump-related tokens. He won this contest, and he is one of a long list of names that are related to foreign capital. You've got a lot of blockchain analytics firms dissecting who made this top leaderboard, 220 guests at that dinner. If you look at the top 25 token holders who had a special VIP reception with the president, all but 6 of them are tied to foreign exchanges that aren't open to American users. And that's part of where the concern is and why you're seeing a lot of Senate Democrats now pull back on the Genius Act.
So, David, you've got a great piece in the New York Times about this dinner, who was there, why they were there. Justin Sun, who's just invoked there under investigation by the SEC. Lamar Odom, former NBA player, was among the invited guests there. A 25-year-old named Nicholas Pinto was there. He was dropped off by his father in a Lamborghini. His takeaway from the night, Pinto, quote, "The food sucked. Wasn't given any drinks other than water or Trump's wine. My glass was only filled once." He said Trump didn't even talk to most of the guests. So if you can just take a step back, paint for our viewers a picture of what was going on that night and what exactly this Trump coin even is.
It is a strange concept what the coin is. Basically, you think it sounds like Bitcoin or something like that, so that could be used as currency, but this is not meant to be used as currency. It's basically just something fun to speculate in. And the problem was that people weren't that interested in speculating in it until the Trump folks announced this dinner, where if you paid a certain amount, you invested a certain amount, you got to come to a dinner with President Trump. And it seems like there were sort of 2 different experiences at this dinner, talking to the people that were there. The lower tier folks, the folks that weren't VIPs, they basically got to go to a dinner at Trump's golf club. They didn't get to meet him. He showed up, made a little speech that was partly about the golf club, and then left without having dinner. So for them, they were like, either they were disappointed either with the food or the lack of access to the president, or if they had a good time, it was just because they got to meet each other. It wasn't because of their access to Mr. Trump. There's a different experience for the VIPs, the top 25 holders of this coin. And again, buying this coin means money goes to President Trump. They got to meet the president, they got a VIP reception with him, and they got a tour of the White House the next day. So they had a very different experiences, and those folks came away happier, I would say.
Yeah, and certainly the tour of the White House has, for many, raised the ethical concerns here. That is the people's house, and it's part, Mackenzie, of the scheme for Donald Trump and his family to enrich themselves. So talk to us a little bit more, if you will. If there's any estimate as to how much Trump, his family, Trump org is profiting off of this, and what sort of, if any, like watchdog or investigation could be launched by Democrats or lawsuits by good government groups. Walk us through it.
So the Trump family is now tied to 3 different crypto tokens. You've got the meme coin that we're talking about that's related to that contest dinner, where Trump-related entities take 80% of profits. And separately, you've got two other tokens through World Liberty Financial, a crypto bank that the family was talking about on the campaign trail. They've sold $550 million worth of tokens. 75% of profits go to the family there. On paper, they've got $1.1 billion in World Liberty's token. And then that third token is a US dollar peg stablecoin called USD1. You just had an Emirati fund, MGX, invest $2 billion into that token. And so some of these profits are just on paper at this point. They're not a liquid stake that you can immediately sell with that meme coin in particular. Even though the founders of it hold a certain cash, there is a lockup window. But in the interim, a lot of the trading activity that we've seen tied to this exuberance over a contest dinner or any sort of announcement that the president makes, there are trading fees that are earned for insiders. So we've seen north of $320 million just in trading fees on that Trump meme token so far. And going to your second point there, concerns and whether there might be inquiries. Yes, we've heard Democrats on both from the Senate and the House looking to open probes. Representative Maxine Waters has been talking about this, but separately, you've got a block of Senate Democrats who are now saying that they want to add an amendment to the Genius Act, a bill designed to regulate stablecoins that would bar the president and other senior officials from either directly or indirectly profiting from stablecoin ventures while in office, which is a direct shot at that dollar peg stablecoin that the Trump family just launched.
So, David, this is a direct access, is it not, for people who can afford it to the president of the United States, whether you're Mr. Sun, who's trying to get an SEC investigation dropped on him, whether you're a foreign government who wants to have influence over President Trump, or I guess if you're a former NBA player trying to launch his own coin, this is a way to get to this president, is it not?
It is, and that's both physical. Like, this is the easiest access we can see because they had to come to the Trump golf course in person. We got to see them when they signed in. We can't really measure the way that other folks who are buying into these currencies are getting access to the president behind closed doors. One of the things that the White House has said is, the president is doing this on his private time. This is outside his work duties. But what we know from the law and experience is that the president is never off. He's never not the president. He's always the president. And so there's no such thing as a presidential side hustle. In this case, when he spoke to these folks at his golf club, he was speaking from the presidential lectern. And certainly folks see this as a way to access the president. They said that explicitly. Buying these coins, getting into these businesses is a way to get the president's ear. It's a way to influence him. And I think we're just seeing a little bit of it because this dinner actually happened in person. The rest is a lot harder to see.
New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold and CNBC's Mackenzie Sagalos. Thank you both very much for being on this morning. We'll turn.
Okay, so now let's take a look at some of the other news that's popping up here. This is the MSNBC take on federal contracts with Harvard.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
Remaining ties with the famed university after the president floated the idea of pulling and redistributing billions of dollars in federal grants from the Ivy League school. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett. Hey, Garrett, what's the latest you're hearing this morning?
Yeah, busy morning on this story this morning, Jonathan. The administration views this as their attempt to start following up on the president's social media threat yesterday to strip Harvard of that grant funding. A senior administration official tells me that all federal agencies are being instructed by letter today to end any contract they can find with the university and shift that money elsewhere. And amid this rhetorical war at home, the president's frustration over his inability to end Russia's war with Ukraine is now also spilling out into public view. This morning, President Trump taking major new action against Harvard, which is days to go until the university's commencement. The administration moving to cut all federal ties with the prestigious school. NBC News learning the government is today asking federal agencies to identify whether contracts with Harvard could be canceled or redirected elsewhere. The cancellations could add up to as much as $100 million in funds, according to the New York Times. The latest escalation of President Trump's battle with the university comes after Trump threatened Monday to take away $3 billion in grant money for medical and scientific research from Harvard and direct it to trade schools instead.
Probably not going to be doing much grants anymore to Harvard.
Last week, the Trump administration barring Harvard from accepting any future foreign students. Harvard has sued the government to block the order. The university's president describing the Trump administration's actions as retaliation for, quote, our refusal to surrender our academic independence, while the president also conducting foreign policy online. Now, Russia and Ukraine responding after Trump's post calling Russian President Vladimir Putin, quote, absolutely crazy over the weekend, as Russia launched more attacks amid one of its fiercest weeks of strikes. The Kremlin responding yesterday that it is, quote, a very crucial moment, which goes hand in hand with an emotional overload of absolutely everyone and with emotional reactions. The president also saying he'd consider sanctions against Putin.
What the hell happened to him, right? He's killing a lot of people.
Breaking news, Nippon Steel is projected to purchase U.S. steel for $55 a share.
This morning, Russia saying that would kill any peace talks, which the Trump administration has been pushing for, including in a 2-hour phone call with the president and Putin last week. This morning, Ukrainian President Zelensky, whom Trump had also criticized, calling for U.S. sanctions and saying, quote, Putin must start respecting those he talks to. Now, as for Harvard, the university has not yet commented on the administration's latest moves, but its attorneys will speak in court on Thursday. That's when a federal judge will hear arguments about whether to extend his temporary order, continuing to allow foreign students to enroll at the school while this most recent lawsuit plays out. Mika?
NBC's Garrett Haig, thank you very much.
Okay, so before we go back to Bloomberg here, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this great supplement that I have here. It's a powder. This is a high-density protein. You get a big scooper, take a scooper a day or a half a scooper, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, even milk, but take it every day. Best to take it in the morning or in the afternoon. And this will help to detoxify your body daily, bring down inflammation, which is really important for joints. Like, for example, if you have osteoarthritis, you want to reduce that inflammation, right? Help with your immune system. You bring down inflammation chronically, you're boosting up your immune system. We talked about that earlier. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're helping your blood vessels and you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. And there are studies out there that if you reduce inflammation at the cerebral level with your neurons, you reduce inflammation with the neurons, you're helping with brain health and brain function. Because with that inflammation, chronic inflammation at the neural level, you're disrupting neural processes, you're disrupting the communication between the different neurons, you're also disrupting the myelin sheath. And when that happens, the neurons start to function less, can't transmit that electrical signal as well, and slowly over time can die. So neural health is really important. And soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. The more that you soak up in terms of free radicals, less stress on the cell, less stress on your tissues, your organ systems, and your endocrine system and your immune system will perform better. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You'll also notice that when you work out, you'll recover quicker because it's bringing down that inflammation and soaking up those free radicals. So take the heirloom barley every day, once a day. If you work out and you're looking for a high protein source, this is a good protein source for that. If you're doing it before your workout, take it before your workout so that you'll be able to build muscle and you'll be able to reduce that inflammation and recover quicker. Lastly, good night formula. This is going to help you get into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. Really important to detoxify your central nervous system because you need to be in REM sleep and deep sleep to detoxify your central nervous system, consolidate memory, and to be well rested. If you are chronically sleep deprived, you are literally collecting garbage in your central nervous system, literally. All right? Not just that. You're not consolidating memory. Your memory will start to fade because of chronic sleep deprivation. And you're just not going to have energy levels. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So please go to my store, take this every day, get into those 3 cycles of REM sleep. And part of this holistic protocol is proper diet, proper exercise, stay away from processed foods, make sure you drink filtered water, do the 4 modalities of working out. That means cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercises. All 4 of those modalities are really important. Proper sleep to bring down those cortisol levels and to consolidate memory, very important. Learn new things, activate those neurons, get that positive neuroplasticity going. These are all very important. And when you do this in a holistic way with the proper supplementation, you're actually slowing down the aging process, increasing your longevity, increasing your vitality, improving your immune system, boosting up your energy levels. I'm in my 50s, and I've been focused on health for a long, long time, going all the way back to when I was 16 years old. Big reason was because heart disease runs rampant on my mother's side of the family. But the point here is that with being vigilant and looking at this in a holistic way, you can slow down the aging process and target certain systems that you need to target. Everybody's biochemistry is different. You got to listen to your body. You got to tweak the protocol a little bit. You got to take a look at the biometrics, which is your blood work and scans, and just be vigilant. And when you do that, you'll notice that your numbers are improving, your health is improving, you'll have more vitality, and you'll even have a better outlook in life. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Good Night Formula, and get the Heirloom Barley. It's a great stack. It helps with your sleep, slows down that aging process, consolidates memory, you're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals, you're detoxifying your body. It's a great stack. So please go to my store, Heirloom Barley and Good Night Formula. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Back to Bloomberg.
We touched on Alex. According to CNBC, the Nippon Steel expected to buy U.S. Steel a share right now. Shares of U.S. Steel after the surge on Friday, they were up another 1.7%. Now, remember, in a post on social media Friday, the president heralded what he called a planned partnership between the two heavyweights. So the president told reporters at the airport in New Jersey as he headed back to Washington that, quote, it's an investment and it's a partial ownership, but it'll be controlled by the USA. So there you go. Anyway, U.S. Steel shares closed more than 20% higher on Friday. So if they're paying $55 a share, there are 226 million shares out. That works out to $12.5 billion. I'm
going with your math.
By my math.
He literally was doing back of the envelope calculations. And
now, initially, you'll recall they made a $14.1 billion takeover offer. So that's the latest anyway. Risk on move this morning comes, of course, after President Trump extended a deadline on tariffs on the EU until July 9th. Right now, the S&P 500, 88 points higher. That's up 1.5%, 58.91 on the index. The Dow up 490 points. The NASDAQ 100, 400 points higher. Factory orders for business investment, that's a key gauge of corporate investment. That dropped for the second time in 3 months. And Bloomberg Economics says businesses at this point have no desire to commit to long-term expansion. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube, Bloomberg.com, as well as originals on Roku and your smart TV, anywhere where you get your news. So the news over the weekend, as well as this morning, is President Donald Trump rolling back its tariff deadline and tariff amount on the European Union, saying that it's speeding up its trading negotiations, and he thinks this is a positive event. Now that deadline's extended to July 9th after a call this weekend with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Let's get more on this with Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Roz, what do we know that the EU or Ursula von der Leyen offered President Trump to make him feel so good about it?
Well, part of it might have just been that phone call seemed to have gone smoothly, but also what we saw from the markets when he threatened the 50% tariff may have also perhaps entered into Donald Trump's thinking. But as you say, we do know after that call that he walked back that threat. So we've got a bit more breathing space on the EU side to get talks going. And now the question is, how can talks occur in a proper way? And what is the EU going to do potentially to crack open the door with the US without giving away its own red lines? Because the EU does have a whole lot of stuff that it's just not willing to give ground on. We do know they seem to be wanting to now split up the talks a little bit, so separate all these big things out into smaller pieces and see if they can make any traction on individual things. So more on the political side, there's hot button issues around autos, pharma, civil aircraft, chips, and so on. And then a more technical level conversation around things like non-tariff barriers. So split everything up into smaller compartments again and see if they can edge anything forward. But in doing so, you do also risk fragmentation. And the question is, in conversations going forward, do you end up with partial bits of a framework deal and nothing really complete? And what then happens if we get very, very close to this July deadline and things are still deadlocked?
So, Ross, how united is the European Union in these negotiations here, in these discussions, do you think?
Well, that's always the classic question, isn't it, with the EU, unity in the minute, because it is a bunch of very different economies and very different politicians leading each country. In this case, there does seem to be a decent amount of unity. You're not seeing some of the bigger economies speak out necessarily against each other. I mean, that's been the weakness and the strength of the EU for many, many decades, is trying to peel individual leaders away from each other. We've seen that, for example, on how to handle the war in Ukraine. But on this, they do seem to be unified. So even some of the economies that have tended to side with Donald Trump are falling in line. The question again is, like, is there any wiggle room between the EU and the US to get to some kind of framework agreement? Or are we going to see this all happen in July and then EU retaliation, which could be quite significant, kicks in automatically at that point? And so it's really down to the negotiators at this point to see if they can find common ground, and the role potentially of Ursula von der Leyen in that, her chief trade negotiator, who's been talking a lot with US officials like Howard Lutnick, for example, and Jamieson Greer of late. Is that personal relationship going to get any kind of traction? And are they able to represent the EU collectively then as a whole?
But that's sort of what confuses me, because is it concrete stuff, or is it just having a good phone call with President Trump? And like, what can Europe actually offer that's concrete, that's not going to make all the other 26 members mad?
Well, that's the thing. It does seem to be quite personal, right? When I was thinking about recently to Donald Trump's first term in office and some of the trade tensions with China, for example, that came up at the G20s and so on, and how it always took like a meal with Xi Jinping, sitting down at a table together, that leader level conversation to break the ice, to get a thaw, even if it's temporary, in trade tensions. We saw that with China over and over again. And then, of course, it all fell apart some months later. And it's about, again, the EU does have its red lines. It's not going to roll over in order to get a deal. Equally, it's about letting Donald Trump feel like he's got a win on some parts of it potentially. So it's a very careful exercise. In this case, the EU is saying, these negotiators are representing all of us. You can't try and come to each leader individually and peel us off. The representatives for us are the people who are talking to you. So this is the EU chief negotiator, for example, Šefčovič. It's also Ursula von der Leyen and those in the Commission. So they are holding the line on that versus coming individually. But again, do they have that personal rapport that's going to get this over the line?
Ross, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting your reporting. Ross Matheson, News Director for Europe,
All right, let's just talk about the market really quick here. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,891. VIX is at 19.50. We want VIX to be below 20, so that's good. And the Japanese yen is starting to weaken. It's at 144.35. I'd like to see it at above 145. Now, in terms of the S&P 500, we're up about 87 points as of right now. Now, let's talk about resistance levels and support levels for the S&P 500. There are two support levels right now to keep in mind. One support level, the near-term support level, is 5,750. And if that breaks because of bad news with tariffs or what's going on in Ukraine or nuclear war with Iran or whatever, who knows, then the next support level is going to be 5,500. All right, so 5,500 and 5,750 are support levels for the S&P 500. Right now, we're seeing is bouncing around at the 5,950 to the 5,800 range. So we're only less than nine points away from 5,900. I still have a target of all-time record high for the S&P 500 sometime in July. Now, there's a major resistance level of 6,000. So just keep that in mind. Major resistance level at 6,000, support level at 5,750. We're trading just below 5,900. Now let's talk about oil for a second. Oil is trading, WTI is trading at 60.97, right? Like I said, there's this trading range with the 60 handle all the way up to a 63 handle. So there's this trading range. So right now we're near that bottom of the trading range. So it's time to buy. Now, there's supposed to be news coming out on, I believe, Wednesday that OPEC is going to increase production or make their announcement of increasing production. That will be suppressive for the price of oil, but it might break 60, but it won't stay there for very long. It may be at about 58. So I think traders are just waiting for the news and then buying in when the price starts to go down because of the news announcement, and then it'll start to come back up in that trading range of about 60 handle to the 63 handle. So major support level at 54. It's a 61% retracement level, super supportive for WTI. And resistance level 65. It's having a hard time getting there. And if that breaks, if prices go up and the 65 is broken for resistance, then what will happen is the next resistance point will be 68.50. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but just keep that in mind. Major support level at 54, trading range at about 60 to 63, somewhere in there, with short chance, a short term below 60 because of the news potentially coming out of OPEC plus. Okay. Natural gas is trading at 3.3. There's this stabilization that's taking place. It was trading at as high as 3.6 a couple of weeks ago, and it went down as much as 3.1 for natural gas. So now it's gone back to its normal level. It's mid-range level. Okay, with that, let's continue on with Bloomberg.
Around that 140 level to the dollar. Okay, so currency volatility here to stay, so you got to mitigate that. Rate volatility?
Rate volatility has been tough. Fixed income, which has been the ballast for a long time, actually it hasn't.
Well, let me just, it depends on what kind of person you are. You can make money with higher volatility. All right. If you have a portfolio and you don't want to scare your investors, and you have this fund and you're afraid that investors will flee, then you need to, those types of funds, they don't like volatility. They get scared. And that's why you have so many of these fund managers coming on Bloomberg going, oh my God, Trump's up. Because they're afraid. They don't really care about the government. They don't care about the world. All they care about is the flow of funds going in or out of their portfolio. So I take it from the stance that volatility is actually good, right? Because if you can be in sync with the volatility, you can gain returns much quicker.
Holding where you'd seen a bit of a skew more towards US, and we'd recommended more balance.
Love talking to you.
Yep.
Really
Good
wonderful stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Olalu Aganga is U.S. Chief Investment Officer at Mercer, kind of breaking down how to think about the market, how to manage the volatility, particularly in the FX market. All right, you ready for some nuclear, Paul?
Yes.
Yes, we are doing it. So on Friday,
Yes.
President Trump signed a host of executive orders targeting nuclear energy to make it easier to build plants and get them up and running here in the United States. And we're going to talk to the CEO of one company. Terrestrial Energy is currently...
If it's fission reactors, I am totally against fission reactors. No matter how safe they are now compared to years ago, the problem is that if an event happens, it takes years to clean it up, hundreds of years to have radiations to go down. There's waste that's produced that has to be either left on site or disposed of in a special facility. It's not safe and it's not clean. Now, fusion reactions, not fission, but fusion reactions, those are being developed. They're not prime time yet, but if they become feasible, you're talking about much safer, and you don't have the radioactive issue that you have with the fission reactions. All right. Bloomberg's on break. Let's go to Times Radio. They're talking about West lifts all remaining range restrictions on weapons for Ukraine. This is the problem that's happening with Trump. Trump wanted this ceasefire deal. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a drone attack on Putin, and then hours later or a day later, the Russians did a huge drone attack against Ukraine. So peace is in the distance, it's not near, and there's been a lot of consternation by Trump because of what has been taking place. Now, over the weekend or during the holiday, it was actually on Monday, I believe, but over the long holiday in the United States, it looks like the United States and the EU and the UK have made a decision to give an okay to Ukraine to increase their range with the missiles that have been provided to them. So this is the Storm missiles. These are the ATACMS. And I think there's also a weapon system called Taurus. But basically, they are moving deeper in to Russia. This seems to me to be more of an escalation that could lead to not just Russia and Ukraine, but a conflict between Western powers and Russia. Now, that has been happening, but through the proxy, like a proxy war with Ukraine. But if this thing really starts to escalate and Ukraine hits Moscow or hits facilities and galvanize the people internally to align with Putin, then we may see not just destruction in Ukraine, but also in other countries in Europe. So tensions are starting to rise. Now, you're not seeing that in the equity market. Everyone's thinking that things will maintain somewhat of a status quo between Ukraine firing at Russia and Russia firing at Ukraine. And it'll be contained, but this could get out of control. So let's listen to Times Radio for a few minutes here.
Those who answer the call of the vagabond know that the best stories aren't about...
I don't really listen to what is being said. I look at the actions that are being taken. And I see that President Trump has not taken any actions whatsoever to impose pressure on Russia.
So more to come in this half hour from Liverpool. But also tonight, the US, Britain, France and Germany have agreed to lift all remaining range restrictions on the weapons they've given Ukraine. That's according to the German Chancellor. Friedrich Merz said Ukraine would be able to defend itself with long-range fire. The decision has not yet been confirmed by the US, but it would allow Ukraine to strike up to 200 miles inside Russia instead of confining itself to the border regions. Well, it comes after President Trump expressed some of his strongest criticism of President Putin after Russian forces launched their heaviest drone strikes on Ukraine since the full-scale invasion more than 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
Well, Michael Carpenter is a former senior director for Europe at the National Security Council in the United States. He was also a U.S. ambassador for security and cooperation in Europe under President Biden. Good evening to you, Michael.
Good evening.
What do you make of what we're hearing from the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, that apparently the US, Britain and other allies have now agreed to lift all the range restrictions on the missiles that they're giving to Ukraine? How significant a move do you think that is?
Well, what's interesting is that the announcement is coming from the German Chancellor, because the United States, the UK and France, as far as I know, have not had restrictions on the range of weapons that they have provided to Ukraine. So the fact that Germany is making this announcement, it begs the question of whether the Germans are prepared to give the Taurus missile to Ukraine and to similarly allow for it to be used without any restrictions on range. Otherwise, why would Germany be making this announcement? It has not thus far provided any long-range missiles analogous to the Scalp, which is the French UK missile, or the ATACMS, which is the US missile.
We were hearing from the Times correspondent Anthony Lloyd, who's been out on the front line in Ukraine, and he was talking about how it is the drones, which of course are fired at much closer range, that are really having a devastating impact on so much of the battles. Is this change to the way Ukraine can use those longer range missiles going to make much difference, do you think?
Well, frankly, not really, because as I said, the United States, France, and the UK have not had these restrictions up until now. So this would only affect, to my mind, as far as I'm aware, it would only affect German provisions of long-range missiles. And look, I mean, the reality is that the Ukrainians are very adept at using their own drones, which they produce in all different quantities, from tactical depth to operational depth to strategic depth that can travel as much as 2,000 kilometers into Russia. They're using them to great effect to be able to degrade Russian stockpiles and capabilities. The fact that the range on these missiles is being unrestricted, I mean, there's very limited quantities of these missiles. So I don't think that this is going to have a huge impact, although it is a welcome move.
What about those latest remarks from President Trump talking about how Vladimir Putin has gone absolutely crazy, needlessly killing a lot of people? I mean, what do you make of that? Do you think it does show increasing exasperation with President Putin? Because after all, this killing has been going on for 3 years now, albeit those strikes in recent days have been some of the most serious.
Well, look, to be honest, I don't really listen to what is being said. I look at the actions that are being taken, and I see that President Trump has not taken any actions whatsoever to impose pressure on Russia. I mean, no tariffs, no sanctions, no other kinds of repercussions for Russia. He has applied considerable pressure to Ukraine by cutting off intelligence support, by cutting off military and security assistance. He has arm twisted President Zelensky, insisted that he engage in diplomatic negotiations with Putin, that he show up in Turkey to be able to negotiate. Zelensky has done all of those things, and yet still 4 months into this administration, they have not applied a lick of pressure to Russia. So, I mean, the words of stiff condemnation are nice, but they don't amount to much without actions to back them up.
Yeah, and do you sense that President Trump is unwilling to confront President Putin? Because throughout his entire presidency so far, we have heard some expressions of frustration with the Russian president. But as you say, President Putin hasn't agreed to anything beyond a very, very brief ceasefires, which have been broken almost as soon as they were declared.
With our templates, marketers get the flexibility and control to customize assets for their digital and print touchpoints. Start in your favorite design tools like Figma and InDesign, then bring your templates into Frontify. From there, your entire organization can create on-brand assets.
Right. And furthermore, you know, where is the frustration on the part of the U.S. administration when 3.5 years into this war, we've had tens of thousands of dead in Ukraine, including many, many civilians. We've had children that have been torn away from their families and illegally deported to Russia, where they've been put up for adoption with foster families. We've seen torture and just brutal killing, sexual violence, rape on a scale unimaginable prior to the outbreak of this full-scale invasion. And yet the president, we keep waiting for the president to impose some sort of consequences on Russia based on some future event, as if the fact that all of this has happened over the last 3.5 years were somehow a mirage. I mean, it defies logic, frankly.
Do you think this process of negotiations such as it is, well, we've had a few rounds of talks, haven't we, variously between officials of Ukraine, Russia, the US getting involved at various stages. Do you sense that any of that is going anywhere in terms of actually trying to get some kind of meaningful ceasefire?
Unfortunately, I don't. And the reason why I am pessimistic is because it is my analysis and conviction that Vladimir Putin has not deviated one bit from his aims for Ukraine, which can be described as essentially maximalist in nature. I mean, he wants the subjugation of Ukraine. And of course, President Zelensky is not going to allow for the capitulation of his country to Russia. And so just in my view, there is no compromise that can be achieved between those two positions. I think this administration in the US naively came into office assuming that somehow they could coordinate these two diametrically opposed, incompatible positions. But the reality is they can't. And so, you know, they can meet in Istanbul, they can meet in any other capital in Europe, and they still won't arrive at a solution because of those fundamental factors that I just described. And so, you know, for Vladimir Putin, showing up in having or dispatching some of his subordinates to show up in Turkey to negotiate with the Ukrainians makes sense because it buys him time, and he continues to engage in his attack on Ukraine, as we saw over the weekend with the horrific drone and missile attacks on Kyiv and elsewhere that again killed civilians. So to my mind, this is a bit of an illusory negotiation, and in fact, it's just buying time as Putin continues to prosecute the war.
Michael Carpenter, former Senior Director for Europe at the US National Security Council, also former US Ambassador for Security and Cooperation in Europe. It's been great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. The collagen is a dual-purpose product. It's a supplement that's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. Take it every day. It's a powder. You get a big scooper. It's a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie. Mix it in milk, but take it every day, once a day. Do resistance training to help with that musculature and that bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com and take the collagen. Very high quality product. Also, the best toothpaste that you can get is on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So get this structural nano silver toothpaste. It has no fluoride in it. You know why? Because fluoride makes you stupid. And this toothpaste is going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, help the gum line health, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing cardiovascular issues and you're reducing valvular issues. Really important to have good oral hygiene, especially when you get older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you can purchase. You can't buy anything better. And also a great stack with the collagen is the Myotrol. Myotrol is going to help you build muscle. It helps with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, take Myotrol. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. When we get older, we start to atrophy. We lose the ability to build muscle like we used to when we were younger. It's called methylation of genes. It's part of the aging process, but you can mitigate that by taking Myotrol. Do resistance training, take Myotrol every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And Myotrol stacks well with the collagen. Like I said, the collagen is going to help with musculature, your joints, your cartilage, and your bones. So doing resistance training, taking the collagen and taking the Myotrol is going to help you. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's take a look at what else is breaking in the news here. Let's go to the Hill talking about the Nippon Steel deal with
When it comes to ideas for your bath project, you have options within options at Floor & Decor.
Behold, Cecilia, Disco's new AI assistant. Here it this week.
President Trump has greenlit a deal for Japan's Nippon Steel to buy U.S. steel, a move that reverses his campaign position, rejecting the transaction. The deal comes one day after the U.S. Steelworkers Union urged Trump to block the bid.
President Trump writes of the deal on Truth Social, "For many years, the name United States Steel was synonymous with greatness, and now it will be again." He also said the deal will create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Now, as a reminder, former President Joe Biden blocked that transaction just weeks before leaving office in January.
U.S. Steel also put out a statement on the news, writing, quote, "U.S. Steel greatly appreciates President Trump's leadership and personal attention to the futures of thousands of steel workers and our iconic company." Others on social media were not as enthusiastic about the news. Former Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says the deal is, quote, "a betrayal of American workers." So both Biden and Trump initially opposed this deal. And
As
so
did
now
Kamala
Trump,
Harris and J.D. Vance.
right, everyone did. And so now Trump is doing a 180. That seems like a flip-flop, no?
Well, he did a 180 to the position I think is correct, so I'm glad he did it. I support this. I think it's a no-brainer. I'm actually I'm resentful. And what business is it of the federal government if one private company sells or makes some business arrangement with another private company? This is not a national security issue. If it was a Chinese company or something like that, this is a Japanese company. Japan is an ally of ours. So you can't come up with some convoluted national security reason not to do it. This will add jobs. It will add value to our economy. It is not the business of the government to get into the minutia of what company does what, absence of national security rationale. Joe Biden was absolutely wrong to block it. Trump was wrong to say he didn't want to block it. I'm glad, but he's a deal maker. He knows this is a great deal for the U.S. economy, for creating jobs. It's a no-brainer. It's great. It will make everybody better off. I'm glad he switched his mind on this. And it shows the limitations, I would say, of I know workers and unions are increasingly part of the Republican coalition, and it is important for them to feel like they're getting something out of Republican policy now, which has traditionally not been super worker friendly. But we cannot just halt all economic progress in this country to appease a special interest, a labor union. This will create, I mean, some unions have interest not in creating jobs and protecting their own jobs, right? They don't want more jobs in this industry because there's more demand for them if they don't have to face competition. Competition is not always good for individual workers and individual firms, but it is good overall for the health of our economy and, most importantly, for making prices come down. We're all so concerned about inflation. Steel is what you use to build all sorts of things. To build houses, we need steel. So we need steel to be inexpensive and readily available so we can have a great nation once again, economically and a lot of other senses. So this has to take place. It's good. Good.
I don't know if it has to take place. I think if you're talking about special interests of American people, and then you're talking about foreign influence of Japan buying a U.S. company, then what do we prioritize,
It's
right?
a Japanese firm.
I know, but it doesn't matter. What do we prioritize? If Trump is so America first and American employees are telling him this is not what we want, who actually are going to be the ones that are going to be benefited from the raise and all the investment that they have promised, not on paper or verbally, to Trump that they're going to do as a Japanese company, we'll see where it lands. This all could just be talk. I mean, leaders promise things all the time that don't come to fruition. But also, I think, the president of the United Steelworkers said it bluntly, and I think that everybody should understand. He said, Nippon has a long and proven track record of violating U.S. trade laws. That's why he doesn't want this. The deal would end or erode domestic steelmaking capacity and jeopardize thousands of good union jobs, right? Unions are there to protect American workers. So I wouldn't call them special interests. I would more call them looking at the entire deal, people who've been working in this for years and saying this doesn't work for us. So perhaps instead of just making a decision because some country is promising you something and you're mixing in your tariff conversations with this and trying to get a win, maybe talk to the people that it affects most and make sure that they want it since you are the president of quote unquote America first.
I mean, this is going to come down to a very fundamental political difference between you and I, or between right and left. I don't think government policy or economic policy exists to serve just the interests of a specific subset of the labor market. I certainly don't think the government should go out of their way to harm people in this way. And I know that, again, national security conversations need to take place, particularly with respect to China. But the bottom line is we can't just build everything in America, even if that would be good for some small number of the labor pool. It'd be more economic opportunity for them. If they can derive that naturally, that's fine. But the government can't restructure deliberately the economy to do that, because it'd be wildly inefficient, make everything more expensive, and then it's an interconnected economy. We're not all just laborers in one specific sector. And so you can't just consider the interests of those people, because then you would harm everyone else.
Well, that's exactly what Trump is doing with his tariff policy, right? He's considering that everything needs to come back to America.
Yeah, the tariff policy is bad. I agree.
You've said that. So then you should agree that this would also not be that great, right?
No, this is exactly the opposite. The tariff policy is trying to stop people from doing, or individual firms in different countries from doing mutually beneficial economic arrangements. The tariffs get in the way of that. This is the opposite of that. This is saying, okay, do what you want, because that will be economically beneficial.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It directly contradicts the same policy. So the same.
Well, it's contradictory on Trump's part. Yes,
exactly.
It's contradictory
and it's fascinating that we're trying to cut places off like China, which I know is totally different. Japan is an ally, but the way that we're treating foreign influence is just overall, even our allies in Canada with the tariffs, we're doing the exact opposite on one hand, and then just making the steel workers catch the brunt of a decision on the other hand. And people just want to know the details. They're murky at best. No one has any information, and steel workers deserve the right to know exactly what was agreed upon behind closed doors, since this affects them. It's not a special interest, it's American workers.
Yes,
and they should have transparency.
It affects us all, because steel is what builds bridges and homes and everything. And if you make it more expensive, everything in our lives will get more expensive.
And people are getting pennies to build things in America because the union no longer feel that they have power.
No, unions get in the way of us building things, which is why we can't build anything in this country. That's what this whole abundance agenda is about. Remember how quickly we built the Hoover Dam and all those public works projects? Because we didn't have regulations and unions and all those things getting in the way and stopping progress.
And you remember why they were created? Because workers were being taken advantage of, paid too low, unlivable wages, right? These are reasons that they're created. So we can argue the good and the bad of things, but we need to make sure that workers are protected, right? Because this is a quote unquote America first, according to President Trump. So he just needs to be consistent. You asked for that in Democrats, you asked for that in everybody. Trump deserves to be consistent and transparent here. Like he says, I'm always accessible to the press. I always keep clear what I'm doing. This was unclear and just a decision that they felt made in spite of them, as opposed to alongside them.
I see it why I have some affection for our president, because when push.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver soaps that I have. I have 4 different types. I have the charcoal tea tree, the lemongrass, and also peppermint and lavender. So please go to my store, get a few bars of the structural nanosilver soaps. These are soaps that I use. Help support the channel and help support your health and wellness. Very high quality soaps for your household. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We are in the allergy season now, but during the allergy season, the cold season, or even if you live in an area that has poor air quality, you want to use the structural nanosilver lozenges and drops. It's very important. Right when you have that irritation at work or at home, take it right away, mitigate the problem. I have in the drop form, there's 100 drops in each bag. The drops are a little bit smaller than the lozenges, but you can get it in blueberry, in honey and lemon, and also in cherry flavor. All right. And take them right away, right when you have that irritation. You can get also the lozenges, which are a little larger. You get 21 in each bag, and you can get it in elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household and for work. You never know when you need it. The moment you have that irritation because of poor air quality, allergies, or the cold season, mitigate it, create those secretions, maintain that mucosal barrier, improve that immune system. Really important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Tuesday. It's Monday, but it's Tuesday, yes. Everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. A good hour lined up for you. We're going to tackle these markets for you. Plus, take a look at the Salesforce deal with Informatica. We'll take a look at the price tag on that as well with Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst. Plus, Patrick Wilson is Portfolio Manager at Center Square Investment Management. We'll talk about the state of commercial real estate. And then we'll tackle what's happening with alternative energy after many different executive orders from President Trump. You got nuclear on the plus side, wind and solar on the negative. We'll break that down with Bloomberg BNEF. So lots to cover here. Let's kick it all off for you on this positive risk on day with John Tucker.
All right, guys, the major stock index is pushing higher. The first trading day since President Trump said Sunday the U.S. is going to delay a 50% tariff on goods coming from the EU. Supermicrocomputer, United Airlines, Warner Brothers Discovery among the leaders in the S&P 500 right now. Consumer discretionary, that is the best performing industry group in the index. And of course, that's home to Tesla. Those shares up close to 5% in today's trading. Meantime, Robert Socket of Citigroup sees stagflation ahead for the U.S. economy.
I do think once we get into the summer, that data comes in, especially later in the summer, you will start to see more definitively that prices have moved up due to these tariffs and that growth is slowing down, both because that front loading of purchases has to be paid back and the tariffs themselves will slow activity.
Right now, shares of Informatica up 5.6%. They're going to try again. Salesforce agreeing to buy Informatica for about $8 billion. S&P 500 pushing higher, 91 points higher. That's up 1.6%, 5894 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 522 points. The NASDAQ 100, 396 points higher, and that is up 1.9%. The 30-year bond, 6 basis points lower, under 5 at 497. You know, Jack Bogle would be spinning in his grave. The average fee for an ETF launched this year, a record 65 basis points. Leverage trades, cryptocurrency, active management among the new offerings in the ETFs. Buyer beware. Anyway, we check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
We had Emily Graffeo on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning. That was her story, her reporting. And she's saying basically the vanguards of the world have just hoovered up all the index.
Mhm.
So if you want to launch an ETF today, it's got to be something really special, niche, and oh, by the way, you got to make money. So you have to charge higher fees.
Which, how do you do that? That's
Well,
the thing.
yeah.
And it's a race to zero at the end of the day.
Yep. So good stuff. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We got Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here with you in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, Paul, looking at AMD this hour, those shares up more than 4%. That's after we got HSBC upgrading the chipmaker to hold from reduce. And of course, the analysts are citing the de-escalation in tariffs. We have had AMD striking some deals with a Saudi Arabian AI company. That's off the back of President Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East, of course. And then earlier this month, it also struck a deal with Sanmina, which will buy AMD's AI server assembly plants. That deal is worth as much as $3 billion. So some good deals for AMD here, boosting the stock today.
Yeah, so there is stuff. Like we're starting to see like M&A kind of move a little bit. All right, let's go to Apple for a second. So the rough part for Apple last week, of course, was potentially the threat from President Trump having to move all production to the U.S. What now?
Well, Alex, we're seeing a rebound. So investors kind of taking stock of what's next for Apple, right? So shares up just over 1% at the moment. And yeah, they are snapping an 8-day decline of more than 8%. That's the longest losing streak since January 2022. So after all the buzz over President Trump's comments of a potential 25% tariff on Apple, people are asking how exactly are they going to be doing this, right? Because otherwise your iPhone is going to cost $3,500, which I'm assuming nobody wants to pay. And so Bloomberg Intelligence does say that one potential way that Apple could navigate around this would be maybe negotiate more domestic spending and win an exemption on lower cost products in return. So, more to come on this story. We don't really have confirmation on where the tariff thinking lies as far as President Donald Trump goes. But these are kind of some of the ways that people are thinking Apple could potentially deal with this.
Generous Motors, GM. What's the story there?
Yeah, we have GM's financing arm out today with a multi-tranche bond deal. That's after they already sold more than 2 billion notes 3 months ago. And so we're seeing GM seeing its first gain in 4 sessions, just up slightly, 0.4% last I looked. And so, we're looking generally at a more challenging car market, of course, and GM is very much a part of that. Bloomberg Intelligence citing a recent study by CarEdge saying that roughly 65% of potential new car buyers would walk away from the market entirely if payments rose just 5%. So, but they're also saying that GM is one of the companies that's navigating that and showing strong acumen in managing price elasticity and also controlling its costs.
All right. Thanks so much, Christine. Really appreciate it. Lots of fun things going on there. You can check out more conversations just like this. Subscribe to our new Stock Movers podcast. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers within the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, let's head back to Europe, because not only was there news on trade, but there were some pretty dramatic job cuts over at HSBC, Stephen Major being one of them. If you follow the market at all, if you follow rates analysts, he was kind of the guy who had the best, the biggest, the boldest calls. And he was also let go within this move by HSBC to overhaul its global research department. Tomasz Netzel is Senior European Banks Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence and joins us now. Why? Why did this go down?
Hi, good afternoon. Well, first of all, we have to remind ourselves that HSBC is right now under the restructuring. They announced this a couple of months ago. And what is happening at the moment is the bank is delivering on what they have promised. So they want to reduce the workforce. They want to have a thinner cost base. And sadly, this is part of that is, high firing as well, rather senior people in the company as well, in the organization. This was already as well flagged by the company, as was leaked to news that the senior managers may be targeted as well. So this is just confirming to us that the new CEO is very much on track to deliver on what he wants to deliver. So $1.5 billion of cost savings in the next 18 months.
And I'll point out, 16 years ago, when we began Bloomberg Intelligence, one of the primary reasons is because we foresaw Wall Street walking away from its commitment to equity and credit research, and we wanted to fill that gap. We thought Bloomberg could fill that gap. And here's just another example. 16 years later, when you have costs to cut, they look at the research department here. Tomasz, HSBC, and by the way, Bloomberg Intelligence now has about 500 investment professionals around the world covering basically everything. BI Go on the terminal. Tomasz, HSBC, what's the strategy of this bank? Is it a Euro-central bank? Is it an Asia-focused bank? I don't think they're a U.S.-focused bank. Where are they these days?
Well, definitely they are not anymore very much US-focused bank, and they are getting less and less exposure in Europe, especially in terms of the investment banking operations. It's definitely, if you look at the strategy for the bank, they want to grow in wealth management business. This is where they see potential. They want to grow their new commercial and investment banking unit they merged and created this year. This is the opportunity. And Asia is definitely the place where they want to grow, where they see growth opportunities. Asia and Middle East as well. They've got exposure into Europe as well, but also we have to remind ourselves they hired wealth management specialists here in London, so in UK. So that's definitely push towards wealth globally, less of investment banking globally, more in Asia. And definitely, as I mentioned before, Asia is definitely the growth engine, and the recent split of the group for Hong Kong, London, and some other, and UK and other parties showcasing you where the bank is making most of its money, and it's definitely in Hong Kong.
What is the state, before we let you go, of European banks, particularly as they relate to some of the U.S. powerhouses?
In terms of IB, well, if you look at the European banking sector, the banks, they were losing some sort of market share in investment banking revenue cake, and it has happened for a couple of last quarters. Of course, with the current changes in trade tariffs and geopolitics, it can change in the coming quarters. But HSBC has been always smallish in investment banking. They never had very good market share in Europe or US, so I think it was a very smart move for them to move away from those businesses and focus to where they can make money. And I think that's what the banks are doing right now. They're looking for the opportunities, markets where they have strength, where they have advantages, and where they can deliver satisfying ROEs.
All right, Tomasz, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Tomasz Netzel, Senior European Banks Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He was over there in our Queen Victoria Street, London headquarters, a spectacular building in the city of London, right near the cap of the Bank of England building, which is also very cool. Let's switch gears to technology. Had a little M&A trade in the marketplace today. Salesforce is said to near a 25 per share deal for Informatica. So we want to break that down with Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. I'm looking at Salesforce. The stock's up about 0.6% here today. This is a deal that's been out there for a while. They've been on again, off again, talks here. What is Informatica and why is Salesforce buying it?
Yeah, when you saw the deal rumor about a year ago, April of last year, the Salesforce did take a beating at that time, and the deal at that time was rumored to be somewhere around $10-11 billion. That didn't go through, so now they are buying it back again at about $8 billion. On Friday, when the news came out, the stock did trade off a little bit, about 4%. But today, as you said, it's not moving as much. Informatica is in the data management business. So if you are a large company, it'll help you manage a lot of the data that you have across multiple databases. So whether it is in System A, System B, System C, the CFO's office can see that data across various systems. Now, that was not core of Salesforce's business. Salesforce has bought a product in a long time ago, a company called MuleSoft. But recently, they issued a new product, or they launched a new product called Data Cloud, which takes into account a lot of their cloud assets that they have. And that product has done very well. And part of the reason why that's done very well is because people are using that data to fine-tune their large language models. So I think that's really what's behind this acquisition, is Salesforce pivoting more towards that data aspect of it.
How does Informatica play in the AI world? Like, does this do anything for Salesforce on that end?
Well, it helps Salesforce go and knock on a lot more enterprise doors and say, well, I know how to manage your data. So I don't care which model you use. You can use any model, but I can help you with your own data and how to include that data in the broader scheme of the large language model. Because remember, currently LLMs are only being trained on publicly available models or publicly available data. But sooner or later, companies will have to feed their own internal data to these models.
So I'm looking at Salesforce's stock. It's down 17% year to date. Why is that? Are they not getting any AI love?
So when you see across most of the software world, barring a handful of companies that are straight away being directly impacted with AI, the rest of the space is still struggling because of the lack of seat count growth. They sell a lot of the legacy products. So when you look at somebody like a Salesforce, they do have AI products, but all in all, that products are not even adding to $1 billion, while their total revenue base is $40 billion. But the rest of the software space is struggling because enterprise spending is tight on the non-AI side of it.
So what other kind of companies or M&A deals in this space might we see? I do feel like we're starting to see movement here in M&A, but it's not sort of broad based. It's a really pick your poison kind of thing. What else is on the docket?
I think there would be a lot more focus on the infrastructure layer, areas which are associated with, connecting databases together, connecting models together. I mean, that's really what we are seeing out there. IBM's doing a very good job about it by picking smaller companies, 4 billion, 5 billion, and really expanding their software package over there. Now, as far as the large companies are concerned, I think they're going to have still a very hard time going through any big acquisitions, which is a great opportunity for companies like Salesforce or Workday or IBM to expand their, you could say, the breadth of what they're selling to the enterprises out there.
What's the latest on just the narrative in the market, Anurag, about AI? Before all this tariff talk started several months ago, that's all the market was focused on. I feel like we don't talk about AI a lot because there's a lot of stuff coming out of Washington that grabs the headlines. What's the thinking on AI in a world where tariffs are going to be higher, trade may be less robust?
So, from a fundamental point of view, not much has changed. AI demand still remains strong. There's still a lot happening there. But what's happening on the, I would say on the other side of the equation is because of DeepSeek, there's a lot more questions about the infrastructure side of AI, which is, the chips and the data included, that's servers and all those things. But on the inference side, people like Microsoft are showcasing how they are seeing the benefit of it. If more people use AI, their revenue goes up. So there is a little bit of a bifurcation there. I think tomorrow when we see NVIDIA results, we'll have a much better idea in terms of their backlog and then the demand for chips, which we think will still remain strong.
Oh, it's good if I turn on my microphone. It's a Tuesday. I was asking. It was so brilliant of me, my question. Do you feel like NVIDIA is going to be a transformative quarter, or do you think it's going to be steady as she goes and just kind of prove the basics?
I think it's tough to say that because I think the demand is still going to be fine for what they are selling. But always the question is, whether that's good enough for investors out there. We don't know what the investors are baking in, a much more rapid, expansion of their backlog. But that's, I think, always the case with some of these high growth names is investor perception is really what drives some of the forward momentum in the stock and the valuation.
All right, Anurag, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Anurag Rana, technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence from the burgeoning tech hub of Chicago, Illinois. It is amazing how prior to the Trump tariff discussion, President Trump, earlier this year, all the market was focused on exclusively, it seemed like, was AI. Mm-hmm. Every company had it in their earnings call. Every company management was asked about it, whether they were a technology company or not. And man, that just went to the wayside. And now it's all about tariffs. What's it going to mean for your business?
Well, I just finished a book called Mastering AI just a few days ago. I thought it was a very good book. It's from Jeremy Kahn, going in a little bit of depth, but it's written more for the layman about how AI can be used for society in a negative way and in a positive way. A big part of it is scientific discovery, all right, in terms of an actual experimental plan, speeding that up, in terms of protein folding and affinity analysis. You can also use AI in weapon, for weapon development and swarm technology, all right, for military applications. But you can also use it for and we're not there yet. And I think this is where the holy grail is for Meta, Alphabet, Apple, even OpenAI, and X is a digital assistant. All right. That's where the big benefits are, where the average person back before the laptop became more robust and more affordable, they had a desktop. If you're a professional, worked in an office, or you were an engineer or a creative, you still had to have a pretty powerful desktop. But people were moving away from, the average person was moving away from desktops and moving into the use of laptops. This is all before iPhone and iPad. Then, once the iPhone and iPad started to become more popular and user-friendly and had more applications, usage of laptops started to go down. You still needed a laptop maybe for work, especially if you're not a creative. But the use of these mobile devices became more prevalent. It's going to come to a point where the technology becomes ubiquitous and so small, maybe on a wrist, maybe embedded in your clothing, maybe just embedded in an earpiece, or maybe a necklace or a bracelet or something, but the technology is embedded in something that is very small, and that you will just ask your assistant and the assistant will tell you. Now, the Siri technology and the Alexa technology is pretty rudimentary, but still useful. But it can be way more useful when it knows your likes and dislikes, has access to your banking information, access to the way what you want to buy that's automated. And you just ask your assistant to purchase groceries on Tuesdays and have them delivered, or to purchase clothing for the fall. And it knows your particular taste or style. And it will purchase these items automatically for you because it has access to your banking information. That mezzanine between the AI, it's like Siri, or some sort of assistant, doesn't have a connection to these retailers. So it seems to me that there's going to need to be a marketplace that's assembled by these tech companies, similar to what Apple did with Apple TV. Build up these apps. You have these companies run on the Apple TV platform, and you can just click the app and then you go to their feed, right? Well, something similar, but behind the scenes, where the retailers actually build a communication line to the actual assistant, and the assistant will access that retailer that's signed up on that platform to be able to transact. That would mean American Airlines, Home Depot, Walmart, Target. And eventually what's going to happen as these marketplaces sign up on these different platforms, because you're going to have competitors. Meta is going to have one, Apple will have one, OpenAI will have one, Alphabet. Once these marketplace platforms are built up, where their particular AI can communicate with the actual retailer and purchase and automate the process, where you don't log in and purchase the goods. It's your assistant that does it. Full turnkey. You don't do anything. That's where AI is going for the average person. And then you start getting into robotics, where you can have it help with home fixing, or doing dishes, or cleaning the house, or whatever. That's what the average person is going to see. Now at work, what's going to happen is that some jobs are going to be eliminated because AIs can be doing the job. Like they were talking about how individuals were being let go at HSBC, these analysts and bankers, and that some of these individuals applied to Bloomberg and Bloomberg hired them. Well, over time, you're not going to need as many analysts, right? Back in the day, you needed analysts to focus on certain industries or certain companies and give buy ratings, sell ratings, and to give a report, usually quarterly, on why they feel that it should be a buy or a sell or a hold, right? And they typically show a share price. They talk about the balance sheet. They talk about the industry. They talk about the income statement, something unique maybe with the company. Maybe there's a new CEO or there's problems with the board or lawsuits or whatever. And they do a model where they, usually it's some of these reports do more fundamental analysis than technical analysis, but some of these reports have technical analysis too to them. And they'll try to justify their particular share price. And they use these different models, like a free cash flow model or a discounted cash flow model, or there's different ways to do it, stepwise, and try to justify the price, all right? Well, usually that was a CFA that did it, but it didn't have to be a CFA. There were MBAs that were doing it. And Wall Street had thousands of these people listening to conference calls, asking questions, and maybe covering 15, 20 different companies and doing their research. And these research companies would have subscriptions to these banks. These banks would have subscriptions to these research companies, and they would purchase the research. Sometimes the banks internally had their own research department. Well, with AI now and systems like Bloomberg and Charles Schwab and Interact Brokers and other systems, you can easily get these reports through their platform, right? You can just type in a particular company and you can get their information. And maybe 4 or 5 different analysts, if they're covering a well-known stock. There are some companies out there that aren't so well-known that aren't covered. But the thing is that AI is going to be able to do the analytical work faster than these CFAs or MBAs. And you can get it in real time. So so AI, you're not going to need as many analysts. So they got out of bankers are trimming costs. The banks are trimming costs in the analytical department, covering different companies, because one, it's not generating revenue as much as it used to, or generating additional ideas like it used to. Now, part of it is that I think there's more of a fundamental. Let me rephrase it. There's less of a fundamental analysis and more of a technical or behavioral analysis that's going on with the market. I'm focused more on behavioral, the behavioral moves of things. It ties into chaos theory and all this stuff. So, but there is an underlying fundamental to it, but that underlying fundamental is innate to the behavior of the investor. So you don't need to know the fundamental, you just need to know the behavior of the investor. All right, so, but you have these banks that are investing in these assets, but they also have clients that are part of their wealth fund, that are clients of the wealth fund, and there is some need for analytical work on what the rebalancing of the portfolio should be. So there's kind of like portfolio management that's going on at these banks that you still need, but the AI can do that too. So I see that there's a steady decline. The point I'm making is I think there's going to be a steady decline of actually the need of analysts in banking because of AI. The AI can tell you, if you just say, take 15 stocks that will give a 3% return higher than the benchmark of the S&P 500 over a 5-year period, year over year, it'll produce an answer. You may not like the answer. You may have to ask it several different ways to get it a little bit more to your liking. But the thing is it can do it, and it can do it quickly. And you can type up in the AI now and just ask for analysis of buy or sell of a particular stock, and it'll give you some detailed information. Now, some of this it's pooling from the analytical work that others have done based on their publication. And on big companies, they're going to still be doing this analytical work because they're part of a major part of their wealth fund for their investors. So they're still going to have analytical work, but more and more of it is going to be AI generated than published. And then other AIs are going to read that published information and then regurgitate it out to the mainstream, So right now you have humans that are making the reports on a particular company, let's say Apple, and then the AIs are reading those reports and digesting it and giving ideas. But over time, what's going to happen is that the models that the humans are using, the inputs, the AI is going to generate automatically, and there's going to be less humans doing it before the actual publication takes place. So the AI is going to be generating the publication, and then other AIs are going to read that AI output and then do analytical work on top of that. So these analysts, especially if you're just getting into the industry, you can't compete with the AI. You just can't compete with it. So that goes into like the need for working together with the AI or having some sort of niche where that human-to-human interaction is really important. But it's a fascinating book. But I would say the holy grail for AI, for the masses, is assistant, a true AI assistant that you just tell it what to do and it'll do it. And eventually that will lead to robotics. Now, in the workplace, blue collar or white collar, for blue collar, there's going to be artificial intelligence that's tied more to robotics. And for the white collar, you're talking about analytical tools that normally people would do, data science. You know, back a few years ago, what was back about 10 years ago, or maybe even, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, the big thing in business was big data. And then people would download that data and analyze it using statistics or regression analysis, using complex spreadsheets that filter out data and trying to analyze it. Then it was data science. So that spun off this idea of data science and using machine learning and other statistical analysis. And now we're moving away from that data science and moving into automating the data science using AI. And as more of that is automated, less and less people will be needed.
So in this case, there's something else going on, and it's probably this idea that things were going to be terrible, but maybe the president put it off. Now, a lot's happened since then, obviously.
Right. And worrying about your job is different than worrying about buying a product and being worried about tariffs. Like, they're different things, even if that's in the same zeitgeist. Also, one can make the argument that this is backward looking, right? So what's going to be the forward looking data that will really give us insight on the consumer?
Well, we're going to watch consumer spending. It's backward data, as is durable goods, capital goods orders that we got today for business spending. we don't have contemporaneous numbers for any of those things, but we do have the drop in business spending on capital goods, and we have a forecast not particularly big increase in personal spending, just a 0.2%. That would be down from last month's 0.7. So if that's the case, then it all kind of fits the same narrative that people are holding back both in business and consumers while they wait to see what happens. And, the one caution I would give everybody is don't bother to look at Fed funds futures because they don't mean anything at the moment.
Well, they mean where the market is thinking that moment, but it could change in 2 seconds.
Moment, yeah. If you're trading on the basis of minute-to-minute changes, if you're trading on the change rather than what it's telling you about it. But right now, nobody has an idea, let alone the Fed, of when they're going to be able to make a decision on anything.
Yeah, well, the stock market feels fine, up 1.6% on the S&P here, the NASDAQ up 2%. So there you go. The stock market's okay. But the dollar, is stubbornly how low the dollar is.
We talked about that this morning on Surveillance, noting the volatility you see when you chart the S&P or even the 10-year yield, something like that. You get lots of up and down.
Yep.
And the dollar just keeps going down.
Yeah,
keeps going down. Michael McKee, thank you so much. International economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio. Again, Bloomberg Dollar Index up about 0.4% today. But still down almost 8% from its recent high earlier this year. So stocks have bounced back, but not so much the dollar. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. It's a dual purpose product. And you can get it in a tube form or in a quick dispenser form, right? But you use it the same way. You can use it as a aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound, like a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. But also, if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, at home or at work, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your eyes, lightly coat your nostrils, and it will stay active for 5.5 hours. In addition, if you have drainage, you can put the structural nano silver gel in your nostrils, lightly coat your nostrils, and it will slow down that drainage. In addition, sometimes if you have a stuffy nose or drainage and you have your nose is sore, you can help soothe that soreness by using the gel. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the structural nano silver gel. In addition, if you have poor air quality on those really bad days, put the structural nano silver gel, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll help to capture some of those particles and to help you breathe, especially at night. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use this dual purpose product. Make sure you have it at home and at work. You never know when you need it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right. So what I'd like to do is let's take a look at a little bit some of the other news that's popping up here. I want to listen to General Keane talk about this Russian vintage Putin. So let's listen.
Stress in HR is definitely a big thing. And there's things in HR that are stressful.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
President, what do you want to do about that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake. All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
You've talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that something you're considering more serious?
Absolutely. He's killing a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him, right? He's killing a lot of people. I'm not happy about that.
That's President Trump on the tarmac there, sounding off on Vladimir Putin after the Kremlin's largest drone strike yet on Ukraine since this war first started. The president considering new sanctions on Russia as a result, as some lawmakers are echoing that call. They want crippling sanctions, they say. Trump also wrote this on Truth Social. I've always had a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin of Russia, but something has happened to him. He's gone absolutely crazy, writes the president. The New York Post reporting a U.S. Marine who fought in Iraq and voluntarily deployed to Ukraine was killed in one of Russia's drone strikes during the frontline mission. Joining me now with more on all of this is Fox News senior strategic analyst. He's chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, with us again. General, good to see you. Is this the answer right now, sanctions on Russia? How do we deal with this escalation from Vladimir Putin?
Well, first of all, yes, that's part of the answer. But this is vintage Putin. I mean, Putin is a war criminal. He's targeting civilians. That is a war crime. But he has always done this. In 2000, when he took over, he targeted innocent civilians in Chechnya, which was, he believed there were radicals there threatening Russia. And he went in there. Certainly there were military targets, but he took down entire villages of civilians, no military targets. He went into Grozny, their principal city, destroyed entire neighborhoods. Tens of thousands of people killed as a result of his bombing and artillery that he used on those civilians. In 2015 and 16, he did carpet bombing of Aleppo. He used chlorine bombs. He used cluster munitions that don't self-detonate like the United States does if they're on the ground for a period of time. He used deep penetration bombs to go into underground hospitals and kill the people. It was the largest carpet bombing air campaign ever conducted since World War II. This is who Putin really is. He targets civilians, and he's doing it here to put pressure on the president because he knows the president wants to stop the killing, and he wants the president to get so frustrated he backs away. What should be done? The president almost answered. Crippling sanctions to be sure, but also, listen, this is important because Putin pays attention to this actually more than he does with sanctions. He always thinks he can get around sanctions, and he has some evidence to prove it. And that is continued military assistance to Ukraine. That makes a difference on the battlefield. After all, we're 39 months into the war, and Putin isn't even close to taking control of Ukraine. He's still trying to get control of the 4 provinces, or oblasts as Ukrainians call them, that he believes are theirs. And Ukraine still owns 2 of the oblast capital cities. So Putin is nowhere near where he wants to be, and we can stop him from getting there, certainly. I think it's been long enough now to know full well he's not coming to the negotiating table and willing to do a ceasefire. The president has given him every opportunity to do this, and the president's running out of patience. I agree with him. It's time to act.
Look, sanctions are one thing. What about economic levers, right? I mean, the Wall Street Journal mentions today banking, shutting off banking for Russia. I mean, you're talking about an economy that is about the size of Texas in Russia. Can't we be doing more in terms of shutting off Russia to the world, stopping all of the, illicit sales of oil?
Well, there's no doubt about that. I mean, China is financing this war. They're buying Russian oil at reduced prices. So is India. And they're supposed to be an ally of ours, obviously. Yeah, there's plenty we can do here with secondary sanctions. And I think going after the central bank is something we should have done right from the beginning. Yes, we can hurt Putin. I'm not suggesting we can't. He's just not as intimidated by them as other people are. And that's why we got to have a 1-2 punch here. One is sanctions, and the second punch is continuing military assistance along with the Europeans.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, the secondary sanctions, they haven't really hit. Lindsey Graham wrote that letter talking. He's got 82 co-sponsors on a bill that would hit countries that buy Russian oil and gas with tariff sanctions, energy sales. The Journal writes are Mr. Putin's financial lifeline. So if you're hitting the countries that are actually buying the oil and gas from Russia. That also could be putting the pressure on. That's what Lindsey Graham is talking about.
Oh. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'm not suggesting those sanctions aren't going to have an impact. They absolutely are going to have an impact. But I think we have to do more than just that. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm all for those sanctions. And the fact that Graham has got 82 senators to agree on doing something like that is somewhat unprecedented to get something. And certainly the president's team knows full well what to do here. And they've analyzed this thing every which way. They know what sanctions to impose here to get the maximum effect.
Other consultancies work around you. At West Monroe, we work with you. Overcomplicated strategy, it's so overrated. West Monroe, clear action, lasting impact.
This day, when all of America honors its fallen, we, the people of Israel, salute the American soldiers who have saved not only the United States, but the free world, time and again. Israel knows well the heavy price of fighting for existence and for freedom. Together, we stand with you in honoring our people and freedom. We defend our people, our freedom, and our common values.
Yeah, well, that's Graham and then Tom Kahn, Richard Blumenthal, all agreeing on putting the pressure on the countries that are on the other side of that trade, buying the oil and gas from Russia. So we'll see about that. Let me get your take on Iran. Officials there, this is reportedly open to compromising on a nuclear program talk with the U.S., while nuclear enrichment is still a hardline issue on both sides. The U.S. says no enrichment. The Iranians say we have to enrich. The commander-in-chief of Iran's army also is threatening Israel, saying that it is, quote, fully ready for another aerial strike, calling it a justified response to what they claim is Israeli aggression, General. This is also out there and not ending. Iran, what do you do?
Well, Iran is in these negotiations for the single purpose of stalling as much as possible and get concessions from the United States because they've drawn a red line. We want to be able to enrich uranium. If you give Iran the capability to enrich uranium, that means the facilities and the centrifuges to do that, they can take that uranium and weaponize it in a matter of weeks. We know that for a fact. That's indisputable. That's why you can't let them have that capability. But they want to get into these, develop a framework, kind of like what the Obama administration did in 2013. It took them 18 months to get the final deal. Iran loves to stall and use these negotiations for that end state in mind. And I think that's really what's happening here. That once again, they want to get a framework deal, which is not a final deal, which gives them then maybe a year or 2 years to improve their defenses, their air defenses, which are in shambles as a result of Israeli strikes. And I think they're willing to absorb a strike if it comes, thinking that they'll survive another day. And they'll still be able to get to a nuclear weapon. I mean, you've got to understand how diabolical these dictators are. The fact that they're mullahs and supposed to be religious figures is a falsehood. They're thugs and killers controlling very good people inside of Iran.
Unbelievable. General, it's great.
The S&P 500 is trading, it's just bouncing around at that 5,900 level. So VIX is trading at 1939 right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex is really important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Very important. Why? Because it helps with your mitochondrial health, your metabolism, and protects your neurons. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondrial health, boost up that energy level. It's really important for your cells to have that healthy mitochondria and those increased ATP levels, especially your neurons. And it helps with cellular metabolism. And B12 will help to protect your neurons. And stack it with the omega-3. That way you're helping with your neural health and your cellular metabolism with the vitamin B complex. And the omega-3 is helping with your cardiovascular health. So omega-3 is going to help to bring down inflammation, help to control that lipid profile, bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. Really important. When you do that, you're reducing the chance of reducing the chance of plaque formation. And omega-3 will prevent the red blood cells from over clotting. So it helps with clotting issues. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the omega-3, help with your cardiovascular health, stack it with the vitamin B complex, and that's going to help with your neural health too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You're going to start hearing in the news in the near future here because of so many people that are in their geriatric years and they're starting to get older and they're starting to have problems. You're going to start hearing more and more individuals having vascular problems that lead to loss of mental acuity. So this is sometimes they call it mixed dementia. Another term is vascular dementia or ischemic dementia. So pay attention to this. This will become more common in the near future. So it's really important to take care of your neural health and your cardiovascular health. Extremely important. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Well, those alternative sources of energy, we're starting to get more cost efficient, more cost effective relative to some fossil fuels that you felt like they were just about ready to turn a corner maybe.
So on just putting shovels in the ground, they're cheaper, but because they're intermittent, if you factor all the pricing in, they may not be, but that's why it's an all of above strategy. If you need some power right now, solar. More coming up. We'll talk about Trump versus Harvard. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's go to CNN. This is the retired General Colonel. Wait, no, retired Colonel, not General. Retired Colonel, I don't remember his name. He's going to be talking about the Russians testing Trump here. This is on CNN.
Turn thinking about your bathroom into loving it with Floor & Decor.
A solid game plan can make all the difference in ensuring. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says that Ukraine's allies have now lifted all restrictions on Ukrainian forces attacking Russia with long-range missiles supplied by the West, a decision the Kremlin has called dangerous. Russian President Vladimir Putin had previously threatened war with NATO if long-range weapons supplied by the West were used against Russia. This follows, of course, a weekend of massive Russian drone and missile strikes across Ukraine. That prompted U.S. President Donald Trump to say that Putin had, quote, gone crazy. Chancellor Merz, meantime, is hoping President Trump's words could possibly lead to some concrete action.
Und ist übers Wochenende offensichtlich.
Trump is obviously increasingly disillusioned with Putin due to the massive attacks on Kyiv and other cities in Ukraine over the weekend. In this respect, I hope that America stays on board.
Die Frage ist, ob die USA sich.
The question is whether the USA will continue to see it as its political and military duty to help Ukraine. And that is what we are trying to achieve.
In the latest round of attacks, Russia hit the Sumy and Donetsk regions, killing at least 2 people. CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton joins me now from Washington. Colonel Leighton, good to see you. Those comments from Donald Trump, of course, where he said he thought that Putin had changed. This is not the Putin that he knows. He's known him for some time. There was some head scratching over those comments because to most, this was the Vladimir Putin that had been here all along. As we watch the fallout from these comments, what is the impact, do you think, on the war itself?
Well, good to be with you, Erica. Yeah, I think the impact on the war is going to be multifaceted. One aspect of this is that this is basically Trump's realization, I guess we'll call it, that Putin is doing evil things, at least his partial realization, may very well pave the way for further use of U.S. aid in this war. However, it could branch off into another way where Trump will wash his hands of of everything. So the German chancellor's comments become, I think, quite interesting in the sense that he is definitely looking for the U.S. to continue its support. The Europeans are trying very hard to step up, but they are also counting on the U.S. to do its share, in essence, to maintain some of the weapons deliveries and munitions deliveries and intelligence support that the U.S. has provided in the past. So it could very well, in one sense, it could, make the war more survivable, if you will, for the Ukrainians. On the other hand, it could also eventually draw the Russians closer to the negotiating table. And that, of course, is the hope of Chancellor Merz and others who he does.
And it was an interesting word choice on the part of the chancellor talking about the U.S. duty there and how the U.S. would choose to follow that. It's also, as we watch what has been this real intensifying on the part of Russia in terms of attacks over the last several days. Do you see this as Russia trying to maybe see how far it can push Donald Trump in some ways?
Yeah, I think that is part of it, Erica. One aspect of this, could be from a military perspective that they're in essence trying to soften up Ukrainian targets for a summer offensive that a lot of us think will actually happen, that the Russians will try to engage in. But the Russians are clearly testing Trump. They're clearly testing the West. They've been doing that really since the beginning of this phase of the conflict. And it seems to me that they are going to continue to do this as much as they can. Now, one possible outcome of this is that the Russians will more quickly deplete their weapons as they conduct these attacks. But on the other side of that is the fact that the Russians have actually made their economy a wartime economy and basically increased their production capacity substantially. So if there are any diminutions in the ability of the Russians to conduct attacks like this, I think they might be short-lived.
As we look at how this is playing out, the fact that, Chancellor Merz was talking about Ukraine can now defend itself using these long-range missiles to fire into Russia, the Kremlin responding, calling this dangerous. And then I thought it was interesting that Merz said, hey, this has been the case for months. The fact that it's being said out loud, though, what does that change?
Well, I think Merz is, in some ways, he's at least publicly distancing himself with what his predecessor, former Chancellor Olaf Scholz did. Scholz was very clear that, at least in his public pronouncements, that German weapons could not be used for long-range attacks into Russia. But the new policy under Chancellor Merz is that, in essence, the Germans are mirroring what the French, the British, and the U.S. Have done in the past with systems like the Storm Shadow and the ATACMS HIMARS missile systems. So that basically brings the Germans up to the same standard, if you will. Now the question remains, will the Germans provide one of their weapon systems, which would be extremely useful for the Ukrainians, and that would be the Taurus missile. If they provide the Taurus, that could be a potential game changer, at least in the short run, for the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians would certainly welcome that.
Behold, Cecilia, Disco's new AI assistant. Hear it hum. This weekend, have a weekend!
Colonel Cedric Layton, always appreciate your insight. Thank you.
With us now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, so these restrictions was.
So let's go back to Bloomberg. They're talking about Harvard here.
Uncertainty in this calculation for students.
And what's happening on the ground, I can tell from my time at Duke, kids are choosing not to come to the U.S.
Right.
And to study elsewhere. And some of the best and brightest going to other places. And what do those students do after they get the degrees? They tend to stay there.
Right. Right, because why would you run the risk of going there for a year and all of a sudden being asked to leave? Why not go Oxford is just nice. Go ahead.
Yep.
Why not?
Exactly.
Okay, so what happens? Like what, Harvard's going through the courts, but that's going to take forever.
Right. No, I mean, you think about COVID when there was a huge amount of uncertainty. People had the option of taking a gap year and the colleges were very accommodating in that. There's less, at some point the pandemic was going to end and real life would return on campus. But no, I mean, it could have a large impact for universities and their bottom lines if they decide to go elsewhere.
So again, I'm guessing every other university in the country is just kind of keeping their head down, hoping they don't get into the sights of President Trump. Is there a sense that this is going to have a real chilling effect on just higher education in general, in terms of investment, in terms of recruiting the best and brightest students and faculty and all that kind of?
Well,
I mean, think about this, with what he's saying, the best and the brightest students in the faculty. Majority of the faculty are ultra liberal or liberal. All right. Self-identified. All right. The majority of the faculty at Harvard. So is that the best? Is that the best? No, I don't think so. Even Harvard is saying that their composition of the faculty needs to be more balanced. Harvard's admitting this. All right. But to be able to get there is going to be very hard. But to say that the faculty is the best and the brightest, no, I don't think so. All right. All right. Now the students, you're telling me, okay, now there's 27% of the students, approximately 6,700 are from international schools or are from international pedigree. All right. So they're coming to the United States. About 400 of them are getting into the college, and the remainder, 6,300 or so, are for graduate studies. You're telling me, now taking a look at the college level, you're telling me that there aren't 400 students that are American citizens that aren't good enough for Harvard? No, of course there are. There are 57,000 people or more that apply. And not all of them would do well at Harvard. But the thing is that a lot of them would. They have the difference between these individuals that are being selected when they get their reading and they're being interviewed and they're selected. There's very little difference between these students, very little difference. So there are 400 students that are just as good, if not even better, than the ones that are coming from international. And so this idea that the best and the brightest they're only selecting the best and the brightest. No, they're selecting because of diversity. That's what they're selected for. And don't pretend that they're not. So to say that there aren't 400 high school students across the United States that couldn't fill those slots and do extremely well at Harvard, he's being disingenuous. But he went to Duke, so of course he's disingenuous. Secondly, in terms of the graduates, the graduate school of 6,300 of them, all right, and they're saying, well, if they leave, then who's going to fill the place? You're telling me that there aren't Americans, there aren't any citizens in the United States that could do well with their graduate studies at Harvard? Of course there is. Of course there is. Because if those slots are open, most likely some of those students that were going to, let's say, Duke for graduate studies would have gone to Harvard for graduate studies. So they would be able to fill the hole really easily. This trope that there aren't American citizens that could fill those seats and not do as well. I mean, come on, get real. There's so many Americans that have the wherewithal and that could do very well at these schools. Then when you're starting to complain about the actual pulling of the funds, the $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion that Trump's talking about, all right, with an additional $1 billion annually being pulled, you're talking, Harvard's looking at about a $5 to $6 billion loss. Harvard can't absorb it. Harvard cannot absorb a $6 billion loss. Now people would say, well, it has a $53 billion endowment. The thing is a lot of it's in private equity that's not liquid. It's at purchase price, not mark to market. So the actual value of the endowment is much lower. The private equity side of it is, according to Bill Ackman, it's 40% lower. So they probably have a $40 billion endowment. All right. And if they have to do a fire sale, who's going to buy it? It's not going to be at the balance sheet level. It's going to be much lower. So how big is that endowment really? That's one problem. The other issue that people have is that if you pull this money away, that Harvard isn't going to solve the cure for cancer or all this stuff. The thing is that Harvard only publishes 10,000 peer-reviewed journals a year, roughly average. 10,000 peer-reviewed papers a year out of a universe in the United States through the different universities that do research. There's about a little bit more than 500 universities that do research. There's about 320 or so, 330 that are part of the Carnegie research classification, R1 or R2. But then you have non-classified ones that are about 150 or so. But the point here is that there are lots of universities doing research. And out of that universe of research facilities, they're publishing a total just under 300,000 peer-reviewed papers. Harvard only does 10,000. So if you pull the grants, you're not making a huge dent. I mean, whatever that number is, I'd have to take my trusty calculator. All right, 10,000 divided by 300,000. All right, so about 3.3. It's a little bit less than that, but 3.3, a little bit more than that, but 3.3% of the peer-reviewed articles published are coming from Harvard. The far majority of them are coming from other universities. There are more peer-reviewed articles being published in a non-Ivy League or Ivy League plus university. And more money is going to those universities than the actual Ivy League or Ivy League plus. So that don't believe the trope, don't believe the canard, where they're saying that if you stop the research at Harvard, you're stopping cancer research. Because if you look, there are more universities publishing original, important research than the Ivy League. Now, if you don't believe me, pick any subject matter that you want that's hard science, use PubMed or use some other research database, and you will notice that the researchers, the far majority of them, are not coming from Ivy League and they're not coming from Harvard. Try it for chemistry, try it for engineering, try it for electrical engineering, try it for artificial intelligence or computer science. Pick any subject that's in the hard sciences. And you are gonna, and you filter out for the most recent 50 papers on that subject. You're not gonna see Harvard on that list. If you do, you maybe see one paper. Don't believe the bullshit. So moving the money to something that is a little bit, moving the money to a research institute that doesn't have all these woke games may be prudent. Or, like what Trump said, maybe the money should go into trade schools and get people plugged into the economy right away. And then if they want to go back to university for further education, so be it. But at least they have a skill set and they've built up an experience level. And they maybe pay for their own schooling. But to say that pulling money from Harvard, you're going to stop cancer research is BS, totally BS. Or that important discoveries are going to be found. Well, what about the other 290,000 papers that are published annually coming from other universities? You're telling me those don't matter? It's elitism. That's what's happening. There's a group of people that want you to believe. They don't think that you're going to dive into the actual details of the data. Now they would say, well, we got a lot of Nobel Prize winners. Well, did they do the Nobel Prize winning research at Harvard when they were doing it? Or did they hire them in after they became famous to become professors? or to get grants from the government. And that's usually what happens. They usually do their primary research at a different university. They become famous. They get hired in over at Harvard. And then they get the Nobel Prize. Got to look at the details. Got to listen to the nuance.
U.S. from withholding funds over congestion. Salesforce is acquiring Informatica for about $8 billion. Salesforce shares up 1.1%. Informatica up 5.8%. And U.S. steel shares higher after CNBC reported that the Nippon deal is probably going to close, quote, very soon. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 103, up 1.8%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go for the Tuesday edition. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
I had to check, Charlie. It does kind of feel like Monday. Great to see Charlie Pellet every day here on Balance of Power. We'll get back to Charlie with the Tuesday trade a bit later on this hour with, the big breaker on the terminal. Didn't think we'd be talking about congestion pricing today. And technically, well, I guess we're not, but the funding surrounding it as New York wins the temporary freeze on potential moves by the administration, which we say so often here, to withhold federal approvals or funds when it comes to state transportation projects and so forth. Apparently, there will not be a punitive measure here for the state of New York. We'll let you know as we learn more. Coming off quite a weekend, a long weekend, I hope for you, Memorial Day. I hope it was meaningful for you with the president out and about. No public events today, nothing on the schedule. It was, I guess, an exhausting weekend. And well, the headlines were kind of exhausting here as we walk through yet another threat of tariffs. And this is where we left off on Friday. It's going to take me the next 2 hours to unpack what happened over the 3-day weekend. Remember the EU, 50% tariffs? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just a day later, on Saturday, the president walked them back, bringing us back to this whole idea of putting on a really tight pair of shoes so we can enjoy how good it feels when we take them off. Jordan Fabian not only covers the White House for a living, going back to the first Trump administration and beyond, but is also the editor of our White House coverage here in Washington, which is a pretty tough job right about now. Jordan, it's good to see you. Thank you. Am I right here? The real headline, the news is there's no news. The president has no public events. This is kind of like a Donald Trump we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it's a little odd. Almost smacks of Joe Biden. And after, a weekend, as you laid out, sort of setting up the EU as a sudden tariff threat and then reversing that, issuing some threats on Vladimir Putin. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people are looking for clarity. Might not hear from the president himself today.
We could do a whole conversation here just based on the Truth Social posts over the weekend. But let's start with the EU. He did update that earlier today, Jordan, to suggest that dates are being, in fact, scheduled, that we're going to have negotiating around this threat of 50% tariffs. What do we know about it? And did the EU have any sense that this was happening?
There was a few calls that happened last week. Their chief trade negotiator was on the phone with the Commerce Secretary and the trade advisor. Mm-hmm. And then the president himself got on the phone with the head of the European Commission. Mm-hmm. And my understanding is that they were promising to, quote, fast track negotiations. The president was upset that the Europeans appear to be slow walking things. And so now he's encouraged. But again, we'll see how long this lasts, because he really doesn't like the EU. And he's made that abundantly clear over the course of his 2 terms. And so how long is patience?
So we have till July 9th, right?
Right. And that was, it's important to remember, this is the original date for those so-called reciprocal tariffs.
Correct.
And so we're now back to square one, essentially. Although with the threat of higher tariffs, the initial threat was 20%. Now it's 50.
Yes.
And so that's a significant difference.
Yeah. I almost went wine shopping before I heard of the delay here. It's something we need to keep our eyes on as we spend time with Jordan Fabian, looking at the market reaction today, remembering where we were on Friday with just the threat of tariffs. You've got the S&P 500 up 100 points, almost 2%. The NASDAQ is up over 400 points, more than 2%. Bitcoin is rallying with their eyes, of course, on the White House. And a remarkable recovery here, Jordan, based on where we were. But this is getting to be a pattern. The president issues a threat, markets tumble. He lifts the threat, markets rally. somebody's making a lot of money on volatility here, right?
Absolutely. It's really, it would be interesting to see, get a look inside even the numbers for key administration figures. So we don't have a lot of visibility on that. The disclosure is sort of limited. For people like Howard Lutnick or Scott Bessent or people who are at the center of this, and because the moves are wild, not only in equities but in treasuries and commodities. And we've not really been in a situation like this where the president himself seems to be dictating market moves to such a high degree. And so that really creates a situation where a lot of people who might be in the know could have the potential to make a lot of money off of this, maybe in an untoward way. It's hard to know, but again, it certainly raises some eyebrows.
Well, that's for sure. Something about animal spirits here. Between the EU trade talks, the speeches at West Point and Arlington, the president was also truthing, if you will, about the war in Ukraine and going after Vladimir Putin, who seems to have lost some favor in the eyes of the president. He keeps bombing civilians in Ukraine instead of acknowledging attempts at a ceasefire. Donald Trump's now calling him crazy. Where are we in this?
Look, I think all things being equal, the president would like to have a friendly kumbaya relationship.
He even said so.
Of course, with Vladimir Putin. We know this about him. This is running up against the fact that he promised during his campaign that he could end this conflict on day one between Russia and Ukraine. And that has proven to be far more difficult. In fact, it comes across as he completely underestimated the decades, if not centuries, of baggage at play here between those two countries. And so we're at a spot where the conflict is still going on. He'd like to be done with it and moving on to other things. And so he's become frustrated. And now he took out that frustration for a long time on Vladimir Zelensky, but now he's turning his sights on Vladimir Putin. So will we see new sanctions? Will we see him actually lift a finger to put more pressure on Vladimir Putin? I think that remains to be seen, but he's certainly not happy about the situation.
That's the threat, right, is new sanctions. And just 30 minutes ago, back on Truth Social, I'm sure not happy with the coverage that Vladimir Putin is ignoring him. He writes, what Putin doesn't realize is that if it were not for me, he says, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean really bad, in all caps. He's playing with fire, ! Do we know what he's referring to?
It's not clear. He didn't specify. I mean, the talk has been he will do more sanctions on Russia. Whether that actually increases leverage remains to be seen. Russia's already sanctioned up the hill. Vladimir Putin doesn't seem to be affected by that at all. He seems to be in this for the long haul. And from Vladimir Putin's perspective, Trump has shown his hand. When he was in the Middle East a couple of weeks ago, he really angled for that meeting between Vladimir Putin, Zelensky, and himself in Turkey to not come to fruition, even though he really tried to speak it into existence.
Yes, right.
And Putin can sit there and say, this guy is desperate. Why do I need to rush to make any concessions when he is showing his hand on social media and in front of the television cameras every day?
Well, that's pretty dangerous, potentially, when you think about it. And you also wonder if it actually hastens a possible deal with the EU. If the president's not getting along with Vladimir Putin, and we are, in fact, going to start talking meaningfully about peace in Ukraine, does that increase odds of a trade deal with our European partners, especially ahead of the NATO meeting when we could have increased spending on defense?
I'm sure the European countries will be putting it to him in that way. Is that we all need to come together at this time when our adversaries are essentially telling us to giving us the proverbial middle finger, if you will.
Right.
Whether Trump sees it that way remains to be seen. I don't think he's really connected the two issues. And as I was saying before, he has this long-standing animosity with the EU. And so if they are able to come to a deal, I would imagine it's going to be under pretty limited circumstances because in his view, the EU is created to rip off the United States and sort of agreeing to a bunch of concessions on that front would sort of run counter to everything he said over the past weeks, months, and years.
He doesn't feel too differently about NATO. In our remaining moment here, do we suspect that Volodymyr Zelensky will be at the NATO summit late next month?
I would imagine leaders like Emmanuel Macron will try to get him there, and it wouldn't be surprising if he is. He's attended a lot of these, and it would be an opportunity for him to get back in front of Donald Trump and try to make the case for renewed support.
Boy, All of that in 3 days' time. We'll see if the president emerges today, but not expected to at the moment. If he does, it'll be Jordan's team covering it. Jordan Fabian, Bloomberg White House editor, with us live in the nation's capital to get things rolling here in a shortened week, at least for Wall Street trading. And we'll update the markets coming up here with Charlie Pellet.
The S&P 500 is trading at 5,905, and the VIX is 19.42. I'd like to see it at about 18 or 17 for VIX. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and as a foundational supplement, take the probiotics, either the VeggieCap version or the powdered version. Really important to bring down inflammation at the gut, improve the immune system of your gut, improve your gut biome to help with metabolism and absorb those nutrients, improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to concentrate better. You'll be able to sleep better. Your skin will improve. There's many benefits when you have a good gut biome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic in the VeggieCap form, which is in my hand, or the powdered version. I usually take the powdered version for my lunch because I take all these other powders too. But please, as a foundational supplement, very important to take the probiotics. It stacks really well also with the multivitamin as a foundational and then build off of it. Please go to my store and get the great dual purpose deodorants for males and females. It will help to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant every day. Now, you can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality. No aluminum, no baking soda. Very high quality. Use it every day. Help to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body on a regular basis, your endocrine system will start to perform better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the deodorants. Get a couple bars for your household. Help support the work that I do and help support your health and wellness. Another great supplement to get rid of that brain fog is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor is going to help you with your memory. It's going to help support your memory. Get rid of that brain fog. You'll be able to concentrate on the tasks that you're doing at work or in school, or even if you're retired. It'll allow those neurons to fire, and better firing of those neurons means better neuroplasticity. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity where you have these dendritic connections reestablishing themselves, and you'll be able to think faster and have better memory. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the Clarity Factor. Make sure you drink filtered water.
It's 12:41 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing just about the best level of the day right now. On the S&P 500 index are up 103. That is a gain of 1.8%. The Dow up 628 points, up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 412, up by 2.2%. Our Mag 7 index up 2.8%. 10-year at 4.43%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. 1%. Spot gold down $47 the ounce, down 1.4%, $32.96. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, $60.75 a barrel. And Bitcoin just above 110,000, now up 0.6%. Trump Media and Technology Group, the company behind Truth Social, has agreed to sell around $1.5 billion in stock and $1 billion in convertible bonds to buy Bitcoin for its treasury. Shares of DJT right now down 8.2%. Trump Media, the latest company connected to President Trump to invest in crypto. PSQ Holdings, which his son Donald Trump Jr. sits on the board of, also announced plans today to explore a digital.
That's interesting because the $2.5 billion planned purchase, if you look at the BITO is starting to go up a little bit, 23.24 per share. And right now, Bitcoin is trading at, it's still trading at 110. It's having a little bit of problem getting over at 110.
Trading week here, it has everything to do with the lifting of the threat of sanctions, or should I say tariffs? I should say tariffs against the EU. Sanctions threatened against Russia. Both happened over the weekend. Wall Street loves the fact that we're taking off the shoe that's too tight. And boy, we've done this a couple of times. I hope you had a long weekend, by the way. I know a lot of people are out there cooking hamburgers and hot dogs and doing the thing that you do. Is I kept hearing on the local news over the course of the weekend, the unofficial start to summer, right? The start to the U.S. driving season. Let's check gas prices. That's what we do this time of year. Even though, of course, Memorial Day is dedicated to remembering and honoring the men and women who died for this country, serving in the military. That's why we saw some moving observances over the weekend. Saw more than 1,000 graduate at West Point on Saturday. We saw the annual presidential visit to Arlington yesterday, not only the laying of the wreath, but also the speech inside the amphitheater. Both of these events for Donald Trump brought up a lot of talk about political norms, taste, purpose. As the president donned a baseball cap, a MAGA cap at the West Point graduation, spoke for about an hour, attacking drag shows and critical race theory, talking about the golden age that was beginning in the military because of him. The president even went so far as to talk about trophy wives, referring to a real estate developer who he thought somehow did it wrong. Listen.
And he sold his company, and he had nothing to do. He ended up getting a divorce, found a new wife. Could you say a trophy wife? I guess we can say a trophy wife. It didn't work out too well, but that doesn't work out too well. I must tell you, a lot of trophy wives doesn't work out.
I guess suggesting that some do. When I heard that Frank Luntz was there, and of course he was there, Frank is giving an enormous amount of his time to West Point right now. He's talked to us about the work that he's doing with the cadets as an instructor. He's also learning a lot, which is why we love to talk to Frank about it. He was there for the commencement address. Politics and communications consultant, famed pollster, as we like to say, and in fact, the CEO of FIL. Frank Luntz is with us live right now, and it's great to have you, Frank, back on Bloomberg. I want to be careful with the questions I ask. Did this seem like a typical graduation speech at West Point?
It did not from the very beginning. And President Trump did something that no other president has done. First off, they only come every 4 years. So you got the Secretary of Defense, you have the head of the Joint Chiefs. There are people who come, the Secretary of, I believe, Secretary of State also shows up. So the president only comes once every 4 years. And President Trump wanted to do this. And of course, West Point will welcome the president if the president wants to come. But he did something no president had ever done, which is he recognized cadets from the podium for their exceptional and extraordinary leadership, for their truly almost unimaginable capability to get things done, both intellectually, militarily, and physically. And what I enjoyed most is that he invited them to come up to the podium and say a few words as the ultimate recognition of what they'd achieved and what they were about to do. And that's never been done before. And the cadets absolutely loved it because it said that they matter. West Point as an academy produces the finest young men and women in the country. They do it through training. They do it through character. They do it through an education.
People don't even realize it's harder to get into West Point than it is to Harvard.
And to recognize those cadets personally for their achievements was really special, and the cadets loved it.
He did it, of course, in his own way. You heard the remark about trophy wives, drag shows, talking about the former president wearing a hat. None of that was included in your analysis as someone who was there, Frank, and that's why we wanted to bring you on, to have a sense of not only how it went over for people who were there, the cadets and their families, but also to get a sense of how political this actually was and how positive or optimistic it may or may not have felt while we were there. Are we paying attention to all the wrong things?
Well, remember that cadets cannot discuss, they can discuss, but they cannot exhibit partisan behavior, and they don't. And what's amazing about these young men and women is that unlike Harvard, and I get yelled at for doing this, but I'm doing it anyway, unlike the other universities who stage protests, unlike the attempts of other students to disrupt and prevent the exchange of ideas, at West Point, there is an attitude of respect, a commitment to decency and civility. And in the end, they want to hear every opinion of every individual, and they do not wish to engage in partisan politics. So that what the president says, they saw as entertaining, they saw as being enlightening, but they don't come to a conclusion because they're there to learn. They're not performers. They're not about showing their politics and their partisanship. They're there to represent the academy and, most importantly, to defend the Constitution. And that's the thing I wish that your listeners really understood. A cadet doesn't take an oath to the president, doesn't take an oath to the country even. They take an oath to uphold the Constitution. And that's what makes this so special. And that's why I was so happy that it was the president, not just the Secretary of Defense or not just the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that the president wanted to be there to say thank you to the cadets from a grateful nation. And to me, that's what we should be focused on.
And we are, as we spend time with Frank Luntz, live on Bloomberg, knowing the honorable intentions of these cadets. Did the president comport himself appropriately?
There's some stuff that he said that was ad-lib. There's some stuff that was about things that were not directly involving the cadets and involving the decisions that will need to be made over the weeks, months, and years to follow. But the president made a commitment to the military that was uncompromising and made a commitment to the cadets that they would have the best equipment, that they would have the best innovation, that they would be represented well. And I take the president at his word, just as I was there for Joe Biden's convention speech last year, which is quite different. And I appreciate how the participants carry themselves and how they have made a commitment to serve whoever is the president in whatever way they're asked to serve, as long as it upholds the Constitution. Look at, consider this, every institution in America, education, politics, law, the courts, Congress, healthcare, every institution is at all-time lows in terms of trust and credibility, but not the military. Because the military doesn't take sides. The military doesn't approve or disapprove of someone because of what partisanship they come from, what initial they have after the name, whether R or D. And West Point is the tip of the spear for those institutions. And so they don't have this conversation about whether something was great or horrible. They simply have a conversation about what they need to know to serve, and serve with exceptionalism, serve in an extraordinary way, because excellence isn't good enough for them. These are not the top 10% of America. This is the top 1% of America, and they deliver it every single day.
Did you get to talk to the president at all while he was there, Frank?
I did last year with Biden. This president did not, because he wanted to spend more time with the cadets. He did not have the same kind of interaction with some of the faculty. And I appreciate that, because in the end, yes, I'd like to shake his hand. And I'm a collector of challenge coins, so I'd love to get his challenge coin. But in the end, I'd rather have him spend more time with the cadets and less time with us. And his speech, which was 57 minutes long, was longer than past speeches because he had more to say.
Fast forward to Arlington on Memorial Day. We can talk about the speech if you want. And by the way, people were laughing and applauding in the amphitheater. But he preceded the occasion with a post on Truth Social, and he's been known to do these on holidays, Frank. Happy Memorial Day to all, it said, including the scum that spent the last 4 years trying to destroy our country. Talking about taking in mentally insane migrants, warped radical Democrats, U.S.-hating judges. How do you reconcile that with the spirit and meaning of Memorial Day?
I accept that point, and I accept and embrace that point. To me, Memorial Day let me try this again. Memorial Day is not the beginning of summer. It's not a drive component of driving. It is a honorable and solemn occasion where we recognize and show our respect for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. And it's a day that I'm more intimidated by than any other, because let's be candid. I may wear a polo shirt from West Point. I may teach here, but I did not serve. And I appreciate with the very inside me those people who do. And I recognize and respect those families who have loved ones who are buried there. I wish our language was more appropriate to the occasion. I wish that we stop talking about grilling hot dogs and hamburgers and start talking about how great our military is. And I wish that we use language that not only upholds the tradition of Memorial Day, but raises it to the level of the holiday that it truly is, to pay our deepest respects and our gratitude for those who served this country so well, not just for decades,
that's Frank Luntz,
but now for centuries.
FIL, live on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse. This is a 30 parts per million supplement. Max 35, which is 35 parts per million, or Max 14, which is 14 parts per million. And you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, swallow. Do that every day. You're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two. And then once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. But it's important to take every day, either Max 14, Max 35, or a cleanse. And what that's going to do is it's going to improve your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, help with that mucosal barrier, help with the health of the epithelial lining in your oral pharynx and your oral cavity, and boost up that immune system. Really important to take every day. I've been taking Max 35 or Max 14 for 5 years now, more than 5 years, every day. So during the cold season, during the allergy season, and especially during those poor air quality days, make sure you do that tablespoon or two a day and help that immune system out. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35, Max 14, or cleanse. Now, I want to talk about a stack that's really important for your neural health. Like I said, neural health is going to be very important to pay attention to going forward in the next 5 to 10 years. So it's really important to pay attention to it. NAD Plus is a supplement that's going to help to boost up your NAD plus levels. It's going to help with your energy, help to repair DNA damage at the cellular level and the mitochondrial level. And NAD plus helps to protect neurons. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Most people that take CoQ10, guess what? You're taking the wrong type. You want to take Ubiquinol and go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can't get a better CoQ10. So go to my store, get the Ubiquinol. This is what you want. It's the most bioavailable form. Now, with Ubiquinol, it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria. It's going to boost up those energy levels, increase that ATP that you really need, and Ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. So stack it with NAD+. And you're protecting your neurons, you're helping heal and repair your DNA damage, and you're helping with the health of your mitochondria, and you're boosting up your energy levels. This also stacks well with resveratrol and C60. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Start paying attention to your neural health. It's very important. Make sure you drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, and do those 4 modalities of exercise. Cardio, get that better blood flow going to your brain. Musculature, all right, so you're going to build more muscles, so do that resistance training. You're activating a certain type of neuron that helps to contract those muscles, really important. Balancing exercises help with kinematics, and stretching also activates a different type of neuron that's at the very ends of your muscles that are by your tendons. And that's going to help with, when you're doing these different modalities, you're activating those neurons, the peripheral system, but you're also activating the cerebellum. All right. And you're helping with that, the kinematics and balancing. So it's really important to do these modalities and protect those neurons and learn new things. Have that positive neuroplasticity. And sleep. Do proper sleep. Chronic sleep deprivation is going to cause loss of memory, a buildup of toxins in the central nervous system, and you'll eventually start having neural health issues. So it's really important. Pay attention to neural health. Very, very important.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. New York has won a temporary freeze on potential Trump administration moves to withhold federal approvals or funds for the state's transportation projects as President Trump tries to end Manhattan's congestion pricing program. Wall Street kicking off the week with big gains. Right now we are at the best level of the day on the S&P, up 114. That is a gain of 2%. The Dow up 693, up 1.7%. A lot of green with NASDAQ up 448, up 2.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index outperforming by far, up now by 3.1%. The 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold now down 1.4%, down $46 the ounce to $32.97. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $60.79 for a barrel of WTI. A major U.S. economic indicator is flashing a warning. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Factory orders for business equipment, a key gauge of U.S. corporate investment, dropped for the second time in 3 months. Bloomberg Economics says businesses have no desire to commit to long-term expansion given elevated uncertainty and volatility around U.S. trade policy. The data also show factory orders for autos, electrical equipment, and appliances all dropped, as did demand for communications gear and primary metals. The report covers April. Benito L. Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
HSBC Holdings has dismissed more than 24 analysts as Europe's biggest lender embarks on one of the largest restructurings of a Wall Street research department in recent years. Sources tell Bloomberg most of the cuts were in Europe, but they include Stephen Major, HSBC's Dubai-based global head of fixed income research. HSBC, the ADR is down 0.2%. Recapping, stocks are surging. S&P at the best level of the day, up now by just about 2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, live in New York. Many thanks, Charlie. As always, we'll get back to Charlie around the top of the hour for the latest on the Tuesday trade. I say that deliberately as I'm feeling like it's Monday here. It is Tuesday. I hope a short week for you. Thanks for joining us on the little Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. Yes, on YouTube as well. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to catch our live stream. And now you can watch us on Bloomberg Originals. Boy, you add the podcast, and it's pretty hard to hide from this program. As we look at politics here in Washington and abroad after Memorial Day, and a lot of news on Harvard that I want to get to the panel with here. President Trump moving to cancel all remaining federal contracts, wants to take money destined for Harvard, give it to trade schools, and now the administration is weighing, according to Politico at least, requiring all foreign students applying to study in the U.S. to undergo social.
I think the idea of giving it to trade schools to help those schools out is a good idea.
Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic strategist Jim Kessler, Executive Vice President Policy, Third Way here in Washington. It's great to see you both, gentlemen. Welcome back. There was a time when both Rick Davis and Jim Kessler were on opposite sides of the aisle in the United States Senate, and it's always an honor for us to put them together here. Rick, I want to ask you about Harvard because the onslaught continues, but much like the threatened tariffs, with some exceptions, it has been largely threats that the president is lobbing at Harvard.
Now let's think about this. Rick Davis went to University of Alabama. So why does he care about what's going on at Harvard? Have you noticed that there's so many people that care about Harvard so much and that never went to Harvard?
Has actually written a plan for, or the president musing on Truth Social?
I think that you cannot underestimate the social media musings of Donald Trump with policy development in the White House. I mean, we've seen time and time again a post out of nowhere, no seemingly policy initiatives directed toward an issue, and yet when Donald Trump posts something on Truth Social, it has the strength of a policy determination, maybe slightly weaker than an executive order written from his desk, but there's no question there's a war on between the administration and Harvard. There were $1 billion worth of grants canceled by the administration, and Harvard is suing to get that money and more back. So the courts will ultimately be the arbiter of that. But this latest effort obviously shows that they've been doing some work inside the administration, because there are a lot of things that Harvard does for the government almost as a business. Training cabinet, sub-cabinet members on various aspects of crisis management and things like that. And what the administration has done now is said, in addition to these grants, I'm going to cancel the business relationship between Harvard and the administration, which goes back to the Kennedy administration. I'd say a long time in coming. And so you see the upping of the ante. And of course, you mentioned, kicking all these foreign students off of the Harvard rolls. They can go somewhere else if they want, but they can't go to Harvard. So it is a serious effort by this administration to undermine Harvard, its finances, its admission policy, its ideology. And I see no reason why they would demur in this, because to them, this is a symbolic conflict. It's not so much about Harvard, but what Harvard represents, and this is what they're opposed to.
Therefore, it doesn't always matter the way it turns out, Jim Kessler, the president writing as well, I'm considering taking $3 billion of grant money away from very anti-Semitic Harvard and giving it to trade schools all across the land. What a great investment that would be for the USA, and so badly needed. When you step back and consider all of the threats and actions the administration is taking, and Rick did a pretty nice job there walking through them here, Jim, Does it matter if he closes the deals on any of these, or it's just about getting caught in the act of hating on Harvard?
I think it's more about getting caught in the act. I think this is performance art by Donald Trump. I expect at least 90% of what he's trying to do to be struck down by the courts. It's unconstitutional. That doesn't mean that it won't take some time for Harvard to get through this and do some damage, but I think Trump gets to make a headline, then he gets to complain about the courts, and then he gets to blame the Jews, because he's also saying, look, I'm doing this because of anti-Semitism. I know of no Jewish organization in America that is looking to attack elite universities or Harvard University in particular. It's actually something that makes Jewish people very, very uncomfortable that he's doing this and saying that this is in the name of Jewish Americans. So I think it's performance art.
Well, I guess part of that performance would be defunding NPR.
All right, so he went to University of Boston for his undergrad, and he went to the Kennedy School at Harvard for public policy for his master's.
That would cut federal funding. Lawyers are going to make a lot of money no matter who wins any of these cases here. But this is something that Donald Trump, I feel like they're coming out of the same file here. It's good politics to seek to defund NPR, whether it happens or not. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think this really does fall into that performance art category. We know that Donald Trump prizes that. Most of his best friends in Congress are the biggest performing artists of all time. If they could give a congressional Emmy award, a number of them would win it. But the bottom line is it's a disruption tactic, too. His base wants him to be disruptive, take apart the mantles of the deep state. And the megaphone of the deep state is NPR and PBS. And so whether he's successful or not, he will get credit from a very large portion of his base. Political support comes from people who are going to applaud this. And then, as I totally agree with Jim, the outcome is really irrelevant because he's already banked the effort for trying. And in this case, results don't matter. The effort is what really is going to pay off for him politically.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's nothing like Pledge Week at an NPR station. Jim Kessler, isn't public radio just going to make a boatload of money on this? This is the biggest advertising campaign for NPR they could buy.
Well, you get into Trump's crosshairs, and it's a great fundraising opportunity for NPR and for members of Congress. Look, I think it's a twin-edged sword. These organizations aren't used to this type of fight. They're often used to a fight about, going against Congress there. Congress is the one that has often been hostile to NPR. Democrats have generally saved NPR. But I also think some of the things that Trump is doing is going beyond the performance art, and that's looking at social media posts.
Embassies for the U.S. have been told to stop interviewing for visas until stricter requirements are set in place.
Deep state?
Breaking news.
If the state under Donald Trump is looking at your social media posts to put you on a naughty list or a nice list, that affects a lot of people in this country.
Yeah. Maybe they could sell Trump tote bags in the middle of all this. Rick, I want to ask you about the conversation that we had with Frank Luntz earlier this hour, because the president of the United States spoke at the West Point graduation. It's something he wanted to do that took place Saturday, complete with the MAGA hat, talk of trophy wives and drag shows. Then spoke at the amphitheater in an annual address, of course, at Arlington. That is in honor of course, for the commander-in-chief to lay the wreath, to speak to Gold Star families and Americans who've gathered on the most solemn of holidays. Does any of this stuff matter, Rick, when the president's talking about winning the election, insulting the former president, or is this just kind of the new era of politics? When I watched that speech at Arlington, there were people who were laughing and clapping, and I'm asking honestly, if any of these conventions matter.
It's hard to tell in the environment we're in right now because we're inundated with it. I don't think there's a speech that goes by, regardless of how important the ceremony is, that the president doesn't take an opportunity to take a shot at his enemies, both perceived and former. You know, in politics, you usually, if you lose an election, you know, all the attacks go away. Not anymore. I mean, the response to the Biden people are like, hey, dude, you won. Cut it off. But the reality is going to hallowed ground, like the military academy in West Point, and not just reading the script, right? The speech itself, I agree with Frank Luntz. There are elements of it that were fantastic and inspirational for the cadets, but then to go off script and just, you know, do a campaign riff and even some things just personal anecdotes for him, just wholly inappropriate. And yet you're right. If it happens every day, maybe 3 or 4 times a day, and the press reports it, sooner or later, I think the public does get a little bit immune to it. I mean, you see it in his polling, where, you know, regardless of what he's done over the last 120 days, the public basically has the same perception of him before he was president as he is now. Yeah. It's not getting better, but it's stable. But I would say kudos to the military. They stay above it. Frank Luntz's comments about them not being political is the reason that in the latest Harvard Harris poll, the approval rating of the U.S. military is 69%. And that's 20% more than Donald Trump will ever have. And so the reality is, I think the public does get it.
Really something. Jim, I'm curious your take on all of this. You're, of course, the Democrat on the panel, and I know you're not a fan of Donald Trump, but I wonder if this stuff matters anymore in Washington. I had to notice the president showed up for the wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown with Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance. Traditionally, the president would be there with the first lady. Does any of this kind of stuff matter anymore?
Well, let's just assume that Donald Trump knows what he's doing when he's up there giving this sort of speech where he's rambling on and doing the quote unquote weave. I don't think he gives
just a minute, by the way, Jim. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead, Jim. We have just 1 minute.
Okay. I don't think he gives the type of speech that he gave at West Point. If the economy was going well, if people were satisfied, if the situation in Ukraine was getting better and moving towards a resolution, if the country felt that things were headed on the right track. You give this kind of speech because you need to distract from the dissatisfaction that people have right now over the first 5 months of the Trump presidency. So we're talking about this rather than high prices, rather than a slowing economy, rather than a trade war, rather than him making, you know, huge
gasoline is lower. And I've noticed that eggs and milk are lower. So I'm not really sure what he's talking about, that prices are higher.
Jim Kessler with a method to...
All right. While they're going on break, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades, and it'll soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. So it's going to boost up ATP. Your metabolism is going to be better because of your better mitochondria, and you'll have more energy. Resveratrol also helps with youthful gene expression. Very important for an anti-aging protocol. It also helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells are in senescence when they stop dividing. Their telomere lengths shrink to a point where they stop dividing and they just don't die. They just sit there and collect garbage. So you want to get rid of those. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the resveratrol, stack it with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, even Clarity Factor. Great stacks with resveratrol. Now let's talk about C60 for a second here. Now, C60, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. And you can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. And you take a teaspoon a day. every day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout because it'll soak up the free radicals that you generate during the workout and help you to recover quicker from that workout. Now, you take it every day, teaspoon a day, and what it's going to do is it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to soak up the free radicals in your bloodstream and also in your cells and in your neurons, all right? So when it does that, it's improving the health of the mitochondria because it's soaking up those free radicals, reducing stress, and helping that mitochondria health. And what happens is that the ATP you'll start having more levels of ATP in the cell. The cells will perform better. Your tissues will perform better because there's less stress. You're soaking up those free radicals. There's less oxidation taking place in the cell and your mitochondria is healthier. Now at the vascular level, it's going to soak up the free radicals and prevent oxidized LDL. That prevents further plaque buildup because to build up plaque, you need oxidized LDL. Well, if you stop the oxidation of LDL by soaking up free radicals in your bloodstream, you're slowing down building up plaque, right? You're reducing the chances of plaque formation. Very important. And for your neurons need lots of ATP. It needs lots of healthy mitochondria to produce those neurotransmitters. So by reducing the stress and improving the mitochondrial health, you're going to have more ATP to create those neurotransmitters. So those neurons are going to be firing and you have better neuroplasticity. So your memory will be better. You'll be thinking better. Now, in addition, by reducing stress, you're also maintaining and helping that myelin sheath. So there's axons on neurons, and those axons shoot the electrical signal to other neurons. But if the myelin sheath is degraded because of stress, then your neurons, even if you have neurotransmitters, won't perform as well. So it's really important to maintain the health of the myelin sheath and the mitochondria in those neurons and reduce the stress. So by taking a strong antioxidant like C60, you're helping the mitochondrial health in your neurons and reducing the stress of the neurons and maintaining that myelin sheath. Really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the 2 ounce, the 4 ounce, or the 8 ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day every day. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. But take it every day. It's a major pillar of my anti-aging protocol. I've been taking this since late 2016. And like I said, strong antioxidants is a major component to slowing down the aging process, boosting up those energy levels, and allowing your immune system to perform better and allowing your endocrine system to perform better and your neurons to perform better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off.
Dates are already on the calendar for negotiations, Kaylee, and you know we've been through this, to your point, more than once. That's all Wall Street needs to hear to rally.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing a relief playing out in equities and in the bond market today, though I wonder how much that's about tariffs or how much that's just an extension of what we saw in Japan with the kind of intervention in JGBs. I don't know, maybe Charlie Pellet has a better idea than I do. He, as always, is keeping track of markets for us from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Andy, good day from New York. Let's get right to the numbers here. We got ourselves a major rally underway on this Back to Work Tuesday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging. Stocks are jumping on consumer confidence and also those trade talks. Right now, the S&P is up 108. We're very close to session highs, a gain of 1.9%. The Dow up 650 now, up by about 1.6%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 431. For NASDAQ, a gain of 2.3%. Our Mag 7 index up 3%. Every member of that index is advancing. The 10-year, 4.43%. The 2-year, 3.97%. Gold now down $45 the ounce, down 1.4%. $32.98 West West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 60.72 a barrel, and Bitcoin 110,333 up now by 0.7%. M&A news, lots of it. Salesforce agreeing to acquire Informatica for about $8 billion. Salesforce up by 1.6%. Informatica surging now by 5.8%. And U.S. steel shares are higher after CNBC reported that the U.S. Steel Nippon deal is, quote, close to probably happening very soon. Shares of Nippon Steel are gaining. The ADR is up 2%. U.S. Steel up now by 1.7%. New York has won a temporary freeze on potential Trump administration moves to withhold federal approvals or funds for the state's transportation projects, including congestion pricing. Recapping, stocks push higher. S&P up 111, now up 1.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts. Here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we are keeping our eyes on X, SpaceX in particular, which is set to begin a live stream with Elon Musk on the road to making life multiplanetary. Any minute now, we'll be monitoring that for you to see if we have any news on Mars. But we're also following, of course, news on this planet and the various countries within it that are negotiating with the United States on trade, specifically the 27-member bloc of the European Union, which, after its Commission President Ursula von der Leyen spoke with President Trump over the weekend, has secured an additional 5 to 6 weeks to try to negotiate a trade deal with the United States. The deadline, Joe, moves from June 1st to July 9th.
July 9th. Markets seem fine with that. The administration says negotiations have already been scheduled. It's really hard to tell exactly what we're talking about here. The EU trade chief saying he's in constant contact with American officials. But there's also the story of countermeasures, Kaylee, that the EU is ready in case this doesn't come together. So we want to get to the White House for the latest on this. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall, is on the North Lawn as we speak. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. So this longer runway for negotiations is considered to be at least a positive development for now. But to be sure, there is still a lot of work to be done. And our reporting indicates that the European Union has really felt that there hasn't been much clarity out of this White House on exactly what they need to see in order to clinch a deal. Now, Bloomberg News had new reporting this morning that the EU is going to start to focus in on some strategic sectors as part of these negotiations. Think those industries that have been subject to Section 232 investigations by this administration on the basis of national security concerns, like autos, steel and aluminum, chips, also pharmaceuticals, a really important industry for us to watch as this goes forward, since it's a top export to the U.S. from the EU. And we know President Trump is mulling that some of those sanctions on those pharmaceuticals could be coming imminently. Now, we have to keep in mind there's a few different moving parts here as these negotiations start to unfold. And it's our understanding that focusing on the sector-specific, these critical sectors will happen parallel to those technical talks about tariffs and non-tariff barriers alike that this White House has been focusing in on, whether that be regulations or the value-added tax, something that Europe has really indicated at this point appears to be a red line. Joe and Kaylee, we know the U.S. wants to see the European Union start to boost its imports when it comes to U.S. agricultural products and LNG, but keep in mind that last week they rejected a proposal from the EU that would have seen both of these nations lowering tariffs down to zero on a reciprocal basis when it comes to certain industrial goods and certain agricultural products. At that moment, that didn't appear to be enough, so we're going to have to see if this really pushes those negotiations forward.
Well, and of course, when we consider what else will influence these negotiations, it's the threat of what happens if they don't result in a deal, Tyler. We know what President Trump says he'll do, a 50% tariff on all European Union goods, but what would the EU do to the U.S. if no deal is reached?
Right, exactly. And we have to keep in mind, this is incredibly high stakes. Bloomberg Economics says that if that 50% tariff ultimately went into place, it would cut EU exports to the U.S. by more than half. So with that sort of looming in the background here, we know that the European Union has already prepared a sanctions tariff package, a retaliatory tariff package in response to the original steel, aluminum, and auto tariffs that would target about $24 billion worth of U.S. goods. And that's really going after some of those more politically sensitive items items in politically sensitive states. Think soybeans in Louisiana, where House Speaker Mike Johnson is from. That package of tariffs could be initiated rather quickly. And it's our understanding that the EU is also mulling some additional sanctions, tariffs, on about $100 billion worth of U.S. products. That would be more geared towards industrial goods. Think things like a Boeing aircraft, too, that could be included in there. So we're going to have to see how this ultimately ends up evolving, because as you both know, the European Union is negotiating as a bloc, which means that all 27 of those member states ultimately need to agree.
Tyler, it's a good thing we've got you at the White House today. No public events scheduled unless something's changed for President Trump, which is pretty unusual. We're used to having 3 or 4 meetings with the press on an average day. Is he resting up from a long weekend of travel, or what's he up to today?
Well, at this point, as you said, no public events as of now, but that doesn't mean that we haven't heard from the president, of course, taking to Truth Social on a few different issues, including these tariffs when it comes to the European Union, but also seeming to ramp up the pressure on Russia, of course, something else that we are following closely this week, as it marks really 1 week since he had that phone call with Vladimir Putin. And we haven't really seen any real movement when it comes to getting closer to getting the Kremlin to the negotiating table. As you well know, our reporting had indicated that going into that talk last week, the Kremlin felt like it had the upper hand, that it feels like its forces can ultimately break through Ukraine's defenses by the end of the year. It's, we should note, Western military assessments don't necessarily align with that, but it does give us some more insight into how this White House is trying to counter and bring Vladimir Putin to the table, as we saw in one of the largest drone strikes against Ukraine over the weekend.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live from the North Lawn of the White House here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much, as always. So as we don't have real insight as to what the president's doing inside the White House or the West Wing today, we also know someone isn't there with him who has been spending a lot of time with him to this point of his administration. That would be Elon Musk, who, of course, this week, as it is the end of May, is technically seeing his period as a special government employee expire. And as he's told investors, is shifting his focus back to his businesses. That includes Tesla, of course, but it also includes SpaceX. And that seems to be what he's focused on today, Joe, as he's planning to give a speech from the Starbase SpaceX facility in Texas, a live stream that we're waiting to begin any moment now on the road to making life multiplanetary. So maybe less on politics, more on space exploration.
And he tweeted to that effect, or X'd to that effect over the weekend. He's going to be sleeping in the server rooms and on the manufacturing floor. I guess SpaceX is part of that. It's really interesting, though, to think that this is happening today. We've got a couple of interesting moments, not just the speech, but also a test launch that they say will be critical to the way forward. He wants to get to Mars by the end of 2026, not a manned mission necessarily, but that would be quite remarkable from someone who has overpromised from time to time on things like this.
Yeah, well, and the vehicle that would be required to get to Mars, the Starship, is what is going to be a test launch today on top of a Falcon Heavy rocket. This would be the 9th test flight of the Starship, keeping in mind the last 2 didn't necessarily end very well, as we saw explosions over the Gulf. So they're hoping that it goes better this time around. We want to get into all of this now and turn to Mike Shepard, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So I guess if we take things in sequential order in terms of what we're going to see today, Mike, first the speech from Elon Musk. Do we expect him to be outlining anything new really here when it comes to his efforts to get to Mars, or is this just kind of an annual rah-rah, we know the long-term goals?
We haven't heard from Elon Musk. When you say annual, it's a good choice of words because he has not given us a real update. The way he's done quarterly with Tesla during earnings calls, he hasn't really done that with SpaceX for about a year. So people who are curious about the program and even the private investors who hold stakes in the company do want to hear what is coming next. But more importantly, they want to know what is coming now, because as you said, the last 2 launches didn't go as well, didn't go as planned, and they certainly did not augur well for his goal of getting a payload with robots on it in flight heading to Mars by 2026. That's an ambitious timeline, and he would have to show some progress at the company level and resolving some of the glitches that caused those 2 launches, the last 2 launches in January and March, to be cut short.
Remembering, of course, Elon Musk's very ambitious timelines for self-driving cars, for robotics, for AI, were not realized on the first timeline that he issued. In fact, we're still waiting for some of them. Is this different?
We will know if it's different after the 6:30 launch window opens this evening.
Well, that's how important this test is.
This really is, because if it doesn't work out the third time, it will indicate that maybe they have more work to do, and perhaps more work than even Elon Musk was anticipating. And hence, as you noted, Joe, he was indicating that he was willing to pour himself back into it. Now, he also has to pour himself back into Tesla, which is another venture that is under quite a bit of pressure to deliver in certain areas. And you mentioned one of them, of course. This is the lower cost EV that the company has been promising. And so where does he go from here? I mean, he really has to put a lot of attention to these two things. And of course, this is a very high profile moment. Millions will be watching on television to see how this latest, and remember, SpaceX is, for the moment, one of the biggest games in global space travel worldwide. So it naturally gets a lot of attention. And his vision and his promises really capture a lot of people's imaginations too, even if there is quite a bit of skepticism, as you noted, Joe.
Well, and when we consider that SpaceX is a leader in kind of the private side of space exploration and just commercialization of space overall, he also has had a very public-facing role affiliated with the U.S. government for the last several months. Do we have an idea as to whether or not that relationship is going to feed back into the efforts of SpaceX through government partnerships or NASA, et cetera, more so than they already were?
Well, what we've seen is SpaceX gaining more contracts, but it's unclear whether
correlation, causation,
whether the company does deliver. They have reliably put payloads into orbit for government agencies and for private customers as well. So they do have a track record, and that is why the Pentagon and NASA and even some of the intel agencies have been turning to SpaceX in recent years. And this is why their name is also in the mix for President Donald Trump's Golden Dome missile defense project, which would require more satellites and more objects in the air to do that kind of surveillance and monitoring of the skies to prevent a missile attack on the U.S. Some of the other things, though, that may benefit SpaceX from Elon Musk's time in government may occur more on the regulatory side. His choices, for example, at the FAA and at NASA really kind of paved the way for SpaceX to have a little bit more of its will exercised at the government level. The FAA perhaps maybe putting a little bit less scrutiny on the launches than it might have gotten under President Joe Biden, for instance.
Kayleigh mentioned something that is kind of amazing. What are we, 130 days in? Was that the duration of the government contract that Elon Musk is now winding down? Presumably Friday is his last day as a full-timer, if I can even use that term. How are we looking at this? He said he's not going to be a total stranger to Washington, but he's also, to your point, bearing into his own work here at Tesla, SpaceX, and beyond. Is there going to be a goodbye party on Friday?
Well, I don't know if there'll be a cake. And in fact, he's been receding, Joe. And we've even talked about this offline, how he has been receding from public view here in Washington in the past month. And he started off very strong, but then on April 1st, he had that big high-profile setback in the Wisconsin judicial election where he had put a lot of money and put his name on the line only to see the favored candidate, the conservative candidate, end up losing. And that put a little bit of egg on his face and also the Republican parties. That election was viewed as a referendum, not just on Donald Trump, but also on Elon Musk himself.
Speaking of Elon Musk, I do want to break a little news straight from Elon's X feed.
Oh, nice.
His talk, which was scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern time, obviously still has not begun, is now postponed until after the Starship Flight 9 launch tonight.
Wow. How about that?
So keeping in mind that launch window opens at 6:30 local time, so 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, that could mean we're well into the evening by the time he actually gives this
It also
speech.
means he gathered the world for an address and canceled it while they were waiting for it to begin.
Yeah.
Postponed it.
By 8
Interesting.
hours.
Maybe he didn't have great news to share. I wonder what happened here.
Yeah, well, considering the conversation we were just having, Mike, about how important this launch is after two that obviously had failures that ended their efforts early in the launch, Is this just he wants to see how this goes before he paints a picture for the future, characterizes, okay, clearly we have more work to do, or look what we've done. We can meet these goals.
Well, Kaylee, most of us look before we leave. And in this case, he may be wanting to see what the results are before he promises them and talks about them. And remember that, with many of these rocket launches, not only by SpaceX, but by other space ventures over the years, how many times do they get scrubbed because of some malfunction, some small glitch, some little thing that happens that makes them say, oh no, let's wait. We'll wait a day. We'll wait a week. And Elon Musk may be waiting to make sure that everything is locked in that they really are ready to go and that he'll have something positive to talk about.
We're all going to be obsessing over the chopsticks, catching the bottom half of this thing later on. Mike, I know you're not an astronaut or a space analyst, but you're getting pretty close here. What qualifies as a success to see the upper stages actually get into orbit? Something along these lines.
It would be something along those lines. They need to demonstrate that this will be able to reach the altitude at which they can deploy 8 test Starlink satellites. And this is what they had hoped to do in one of the past tests.
Yes, okay.
They will be aiming to do that this time around. That'll be a key benchmark, of course. And this is for a company that SpaceX valued at $350 billion, as much as Home Depot.
Amazing. Mike, thank you so much. It's on to test number 9.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha and turmeric. This is a great stack for your cardiovascular system and for your immune system. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's also going to bring down inflammation. Very important. By bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. You're decreasing your chances of plaque buildup. And also, by bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals, you're helping your immune system. And if you have arthritis, taking higher doses of turmeric will help to bring down that inflammation and help with the arthritis. Now, ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels. That's good for your immune system by bringing down those cortisol levels, because cortisol that's elevated chronically is immunosuppressive. And ashwagandha root will help to control your blood glucose levels. You're reducing inflammation, because if you have too high of a glucose count in your blood, that's pro-inflammatory. So by controlling your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels, you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Take them together, it's a powerful stack. Very important for your cardiovascular health and for your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, get the nattokinase. Nattokinase will break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. It'll also help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means that you're controlling your lipid profile and you're helping your cardiovascular health. So a great stack for cardiovascular health is taking the nattokinase, the ashwagandha, and the turmeric. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take that stack. Now, you can also stack those three with D3 and K2 to supercharge that stack for cardiovascular health. D3 helps with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor. D3 helps to absorb calcium, but it also helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. But when you take D3, it can help pull some of that calcium out of that plaque formation and prevent further calcium depositing around plaque. Vitamin K2, MK7 also helps absorb calcium. It stacks really well with D3. Now, D3's efficacy is increased if you take magnesium. And you can get that magnesium from my store either through the Boomer Boost, the magnesium and zinc, or the vitamin C and magnesium. But stacking these together will help with your vascular system, but it's a dual purpose. It'll also help with your bone density by doing resistance training and taking in calcium. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3, the K2, help with your cardiovascular health, stack it with the nattokinase, the turmeric and the ashwagandha to supercharge that cardiovascular stack. But also D3 and K2 helps with bone density. Do that resistance training, taking calcium. I drink milk for my calcium intake, but some people take calcium supplements. Do that regularly, improve that bone density, super important. And when you improve your bone density and you're improving your cardiovascular health, you're gonna have more vitality. And by having more vitality, you're gonna be more active in your later years, super important. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Index up 3.1%, the 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold is down $41 the ounce. Spot gold now down 1.2%, 33.02 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 60.61 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 0.5%, holding just above $110,000. Trump Media and Technology Group, the company behind Truth Social, has agreed to sell around $1.5 billion in stock and $1 billion in convertible bonds to buy Bitcoin for its treasury. Trump Media is the latest company connected to President Trump to invest in crypto. PSQ Holdings, which his son Donald Trump Jr. sits on the board of, also announced plans today to explore a digital asset treasury strategy. Shares of PSQ, they're up by 32.6%. GJT shares, they're down by 9%. Again, New York has won a bid to stop the government from freezing funds in its congestion pricing fight. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew in Washington, where the decisions of President Trump is very much influencing financial markets. The relief rally underway today after he decided, after a phone call with the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, to re-extend the deadline for reaching a trade deal with the European Union to July 9th to avoid a 50% tariff going into place. So we're seeing some de-escalation on the trade front. We're seeing even more escalation when it comes to a different fight this Trump White House is engaged in. And that, of course, is the fight with Harvard University, having already frozen the funding, or a large amount of government funding to the university, having attempted to block Harvard's ability to enroll international students. Of course, that has been stayed for now. There's a hearing in that case scheduled for later this week. Now the administration is moving to cancel all remaining federal contracts with Harvard, Joe, that's worth an estimated $100 million. So another shot fired in this battle.
Yeah, this is a big one. We talk about federal funding being cut, but we also remind ourselves how much business Harvard actually does with the federal government as a contractor. You're right, $100 million, according to a person with knowledge of the matter. And we can go even further while we're at it here. The president also threatening to divert billions of dollars in the grant money, not just killing it, but sending it to trade schools, he says, all across our land. What a great investment, he wrote, that would be for the USA, and so badly needed. Janet Lauren is with us right now, who covers education, higher education finance for Bloomberg at World Headquarters in New York. Janet, we've been talking about this. It's great to have you back with the latest salvo, and I'm curious, which is more meaningful? We could use some perspective here because the president is firing a lot of salvos at Harvard. Is it more meaningful to lose these federal contracts than it is the federal grant money, or the other way around?
Well, I think the federal grant money is the lion's share of the $2.6 billion that have been frozen from the federal government. Yes, you do forget that we're talking about private universities, but the federal government has a lot of influence on a lot of purse strings. So grants and contracts, but also revenue that comes into universities like Harvard from international students. You just talked about a halt in student visa interviews. If you look at the number of international students at Harvard, it's about 27% of the entire school. And if you look at other people who are coming to do research or fellows that are not getting degrees, it's about 10,000, and that also includes their families coming on visas. So it's quite a sizable hit after hit after hit, and what's next?
Well, that's an excellent question. You never know what's coming next, and you never know what headline's going to cross the Bloomberg terminal, Janet. I do just want to quickly mention some breaking news from Semaphore regarding Neuralink. Having just spent a great deal of time on this program talking about a few of Elon Musk's companies, SpaceX and Tesla, this one, of course, one of his as well. Neuralink has just raised another $600 million at a $9 billion valuation. Again, this is according to Semaphore. We'll have more on that story if Bloomberg is able to confirm that. But fresh cash coming in for Elon Musk's Neuralink. Janet, to go back to the Harvard story, you mentioned the memo from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, ordering U.S. embassies to stop scheduling interviews for student visas, knowing that this fight with Harvard in particular about its ability to enroll international students is going to be borne out in court this week with a hearing. What if the U.S. government just stops vetting students altogether? That theoretically could have implications well beyond Harvard.
Yes, it could. There's more than 1 million international students in the U.S. At a host of schools, and international students, often pay the full price. So they're helping to bolster aid for other students, but they also come in and they spend money wherever they are. And you look at that amount of students. It of course dropped during COVID when students weren't able to come. But it's a big impact for schools, especially those that have large shares of international students on their campus. Remember, there's a demographic cliff where starting around this year, the numbers start to accelerate of fewer U.S. students just because of sheer demographics.
We should note that Harvard is suing the government over the funding cuts, the international student ban. Here, Janet, we're not done yet, right? There are a lot more lawyers who are going to make a lot more money.
Yes, there's a hearing coming up this week on the international student ban, and they filed a larger lawsuit in April following demands put from the Trump administration on a whole host of issues.
All right, Janet Lauren, thank you so much for joining us with the latest on Harvard. And Joe, I would also note today, as we consider where this expands beyond Harvard, that Leo Terrell, who leads the Justice Department's anti-Semitism task force, also said on another network in an interview today that the administration is going to expand its probe beyond the Ivy League institutions to other schools, including the University of California system. So these tendrils could spread much farther.
Well, it's important. We actually haven't talked about that. That is the motivation here, according to the administration. It is to crack down on anti-Semitism, which is something that the Harvard folks push back on vehemently here. And it's something that is reverberating through this whole space. Whether this has tentacles that will reach other universities remains to be seen, though. Kaylee, we'll spend a lot of time looking at that hearing later on this week.
Yeah, we absolutely will. And we'll spend some more time talking about what it could portend in terms of this fight between elite institutions in the Trump administration with Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Stone Court Capital partner, and Republican strategist. Rick, I feel like we've talked about this at length with you on so many days already, is it just doesn't seem that this fight is going anywhere. If anything, it only seems like it's getting worse. Is this even about Harvard at this point, or is this like in the case of the Albrego Garcia case, for example, when actually it's about a much wider issue about the administration's efforts on immigration or the administration's efforts on anti-Semitism, and someone just has to end up being the ultimate punching bag?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the administration is particularly good at using fear, intimidation, scare tactics to influence public opinion. And so the Abrego Garcia case is exactly the thing we're talking about here. It's a symbol. It's got really nothing to do with his status as a Salvadoran in the United States. And yet they've used this very effectively of saying, this is our battle against crime. This is our battle against, gangs. This is our battle against illegal immigration. And it becomes a symbol. Well, Harvard's become the sort of anti-woke symbol, right? I mean, Donald Trump started his campaign losing in the early stages of the primary against Ron DeSantis because Ron DeSantis had plugged into this wokeism. And Donald Trump is now implementing an anti-woke campaign in the form of his attacks on higher education in a way that nobody could have ever accounted for at the time of the campaign. And so he's throwing every asset of the federal government. He didn't understand this in his first term, but now he's surrounded by people who have made a deep study of it. every asset of the administration against Harvard, because Harvard is the symbol of anti-Semitism. At least he wants to make it that way, of liberalism. He's going to really drive that wedge, of all this wokeness that has, permeated college campuses around the country. So he's really using these as symbols to be able to position his administration and at the same time create the kind of, I would say, destructive counterforce for his own movement, the MAGA movement.
Harvard's also a symbol of old money, Rick, and you don't need me to tell you, with a $53 billion endowment. The president is suspending more than $2.5 billion in federal research money, which was a big story. That was the first salvo against Harvard here. When you consider the public perception of what's going on, if you have a $53 billion endowment, the Treasury Secretary is calling you a glorified hedge fund. Why not take $2.5 billion to fulfill the federal research money that's gone missing?
Well, I think that the question is how much of that is going to come under attack. If they lose their 501c3 status, that could result in almost $850 million a year in tax exposure. So all of a sudden, a $2 billion loss of grants over a 10-year period is nothing compared to an annual bill for Harvard if they're treated like a corporation at $850 million. So again, it's another tool that the administration uses. And of course, can extend far beyond Harvard. Environmental groups all anticipated that Donald Trump would try to pull their C3 status, around Earth Day, and result in them having to pay taxes on the income that they raise as part of their mission. So it's not just universities. It can be any advocacy group that serves the public good. And Donald Trump will become the arbiter of what is public good.
Well, when we consider that public good, Rick, what good does it do the public good if we have more difficulty attracting talented international students, or if the process for them to actually secure visas to attend U.S. universities and perhaps stay and work here is slowed down or paused entirely while they figure out new vetting?
This is the key, Kaylee. Every single invention that is rooted in the building of an iPhone, for instance, had its germination in universities. And a lot of those universities have had a lot of their technological advancements due to foreign students who are the creme de la creme of their intellectual societies, come to the United States, to Ivy League schools, to state schools, to private universities, and they add enormous value. And since World War II, technology at universities have been responsible for virtually every major technological advancement and put us first in the world for technology. And that has driven our success across the board with our military, with our businesses, with our society. And so as much as we like to beat up on technology, it is the reason we are where we are, which is the most advanced, wealthiest, and most secure country in the world. And so
And you don't need international students to do that. You have lots of domestic students that could do just as well, if not better.
Country and our wealth and our prosperity and safety since World War II. And so I think everybody's going to really wonder, what are we really trying to do here?
That's Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributor.
Rick Davis is one of the dumbest people to interview. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. The Gladiator Barley is a high-density protein. It's a powder. You get a big scooper, take 1 scoop a day or a half a scoop a day. Mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or even applesauce. You can mix it with filtered water or milk or even a smoothie, but take it once a day, really important. And it targets multiple systems. It's going to detoxify your body. It's going to bring down inflammation. That's going to be important for your immune system, your vascular system, your joints. It'll allow you to recover quicker after a workout. It'll also reduce inflammation. That's important for brain health too, because chronic inflammation at the cerebral level will damage neurons. So you want to bring down that inflammation. And Gladiator Barley will help build muscle. So you do resistance training, take Gladiator Barley every day, and it'll also help by detoxifying your body and bringing down inflammation, building muscle, eating properly. You're controlling your blood glucose levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Gladiator Barley. And also, Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is a powder. You get a big scoop or take 1 scoop a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. Now you can mix this with your Gladiator Barley or Heirloom Barley for best results. But this has 68 nutrients. Take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's very comprehensive. You'll notice the benefits of taking this after 72 hours or earlier. But on average, it's about 72 hours when you start noticing it. Now, what happens is that your energy levels will start to increase, steady burn of energy throughout the whole day, no spiking. You'll start to lose weight safely and consistently. And what will happen is that you will start helping your heart. You're going to start helping your vascular system. So your cardiovascular health is going to improve. Your brain function is going to improve by taking Boomer Boost. That brain fog is going to go away. You're going to be able to think more clearly. You're going to help. It'll help with your memory and memory consolidation, support that memory, and help build muscle. It'll help with strength and your musculature. Rev up your metabolism and boost up those energy levels. Really important. And what you're going to notice over time is you're slowing down the aging process. This is powerful stuff. And you get the max benefit out of it when you mix it with either Gladiator Barley or Heirloom Barley and control those A1C levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost also has magnesium in it, so that will help you with the efficacy of D3. So I have a pillar. Let me talk about the 4 pillars of my protocol. So I have lots of supplements that I take every day, all right? But there's a core to pay attention to. And that core is Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. You take a teaspoon of that a day for your first pillar. What that does is it boosts up your immune system. The second pillar is C60, which is a very strong antioxidant. It's a very potent antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals, help the health of the mitochondria. That's going to help your immune system. That's going to help with your vascular system and your endocrine system and even your brain function. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. That's going to bring down inflammation. That helps the immune system, the vascular system, brain function. Because remember what I said, bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level is going to actually help the health of your neurons. And the fourth pillar is the Boomer Boost, which is going to rev up your metabolism and boost up those energy levels. You take a look at that in a holistic way, in a comprehensive holistic way with that stack, and you drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, detoxify your body regularly, sleep properly, get proper sleep, learn new things, have some spirituality in your life or some mindfulness, and do those exercises, those 4 modalities of exercising: cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching exercises. You do that on a regular basis, you're going to slow down the aging process. It's that simple. Now, you got to do it regularly. But when you do that, you're going to see huge benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
On renewed optimism about the economic trajectory. Right now, the S&P's up 109, higher by 1.9%. The Dow up 637, up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 440 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain now of 2.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index is now gaining 3.1%, with the 10-year at 4.43%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold down $41 the ounce to $33.02. That is a drop of 1.2%. West Texas prices. Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 60.67 a barrel, and Bitcoin right now up 0.6%, $110,200 on Bitcoin. Advanced Micro Devices shares higher after HSBC upgraded the chipmaker to hold from reduce. Shares advancing now by 4.4%. And Southwest Airlines shares are higher after Jefferies upgraded the company to hold from underperform. Southwest up now by 5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, on a day where we don't actually expect to hear from President Trump, at least not on camera. He's not planning to speak with reporters. There's no events on his public schedule, but we are still hearing from him on Truth Social as usual. And on an interesting subject today is his most recent Truth Social post, Joe, warns that Vladimir Putin of Russia is playing with fire. He says what Vladimir Putin doesn't realize is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean really bad in all caps. This is, of course, after over the weekend, he said Vladimir Putin is now crazy.
That's right. He called him crazy in all caps, exclamation point, as Vladimir Putin continues to bombard Ukraine. Missiles and drones, killing civilians, not even targeting military installations in some cases, which is confounding Donald Trump. Not sure what he's referring to in this tweet, though, or this truth post. Lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia, making many ask if that's with regard to sanctions or something worse.
Well, keeping in mind that he also did tell reporters that he is still considering further sanctions on Russia. And we know there's legislation in the Senate in the works that would do just that, spearheaded by Lindsey Graham. It has 80 co-sponsors.
Yeah, that could happen pretty easily based on what we've heard on Capitol Hill. And that's why we are joined by Kate Sullivan, Bloomberg's White House correspondent, with us here in Washington, D.C. Kate, it's great to see you. The president has no public events scheduled, but he's got us talking with Truth Social posts all the while. Is he serious about sanctions?
You know, it's a great question. This is not the first time that he's threatened sanctions on Russia, right? And he's talked about, back in March, he was talking about these secondary tariffs on Russian oil. We've seen this progression of Trump getting more and more frustrated with Putin and with Russia and the pace of these negotiations. It's very unclear how serious he is about implementing these. He is we've seen over and over again how he will make these threats, and it seems like most of the time it's just a tactic to get people to come to the table. And so it's very unclear at this time how serious he is about implementing this.
Well, what about just his attitude overall? In the post we mentioned, in which he says Vladimir Putin is crazy, he led the post by saying, I've always had a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin of Russia, but something has happened to him. He has gone absolutely crazy. It's not I was wrong about him. It's that he has changed, Kate, is how he's characterizing this.
Right. And it's pretty remarkable because this has been a bit of a slow burn. I think, we've seen signs that Trump is getting more and more frustrated with the pace of these negotiations. He has always still said that even as he was expressing these frustrations, he said that he was still confident that Putin wanted to make a deal and that he wanted to come to the table. I actually asked Trump about this a few weeks ago in the Oval Office, and I said, do you think Russia is playing you? And unsurprisingly, he balked at that question and said, nobody's playing me, nobody's getting played. But he also still signaled confidence that this deal would be made. And so I think what we're seeing is Trump realizing that maybe he doesn't have the relationship that he thought he did with Putin, or maybe he doesn't have the understanding that he thought he did with the Russian president. And I think it's really frustrating to him because ultimately it's making Trump look ineffective. And it's really cutting at the heart of this brand that Trump has been trying to project for decades, right? That he's this master negotiator and deal maker. This was part of his stump speech. He said every day on the campaign trail, I heard him say it at every rally, that he could
one.
end this war in 24 hours. And at one point he was saying, I could end it before I even take office. And so this is really just undermining a lot of what he's been putting out there in terms of the image he wants to project as a president.
I'm sure it's quite an experience to be a journalist and ask Donald Trump if he's being played. What was his response? Who are you with?
Yeah, I've gotten that one before. And I would say, I phrased it that way. He had said something like, I know when I'm getting played. And so I followed up by saying, well, do you think that you are getting played? And he said he did not think that he was getting played, but of course he would say that. So
You're doing great work for us down there. That's not for the faint of heart.
For the brave, indeed. Kate Sullivan, Bloomberg White House correspondent, thank you so much. And we want to get more into the state of the war and what signals this sends about the U.S.'s continued involvement or not in attempts to end it, and turn to Ben Jensen, director of the Futures Lab and senior fellow for the Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ben, thanks for being with us on Balance of Power. When we consider the idea that President Trump is now threatening that Russia is playing with fire, that he's still saying he's open to sanctions, is there any fire the U.S. could fire at Russia that would actually be enough to influence the behavior of Vladimir Putin at this point, when to this point that hasn't worked? Sanctions have had very little effect on his behavior.
So thanks for having me. And let's start by saying you're framing the question spot on. The real Achilles heel of Russia, despite its ability to continue a protracted conflict, is the dire state of its economy. When you look at the currency, you look at interest rates, and then you think about the structure, how its economy is fundamentally rewired to do nothing but be a larger version of North Korea and Europe, to wage successive campaigns, increasingly through missile salvos targeting Ukraine. I think there is the ability to play with fire and a couple of levers. One is you actually have to expand the scope of sanctions to go secondary sanctions that actually hit financial transactions that deal with Russian hydrocarbon products. Now, if you do that, you're going to have to keep Europe on board. You're also going to have some uncomfortable allies, because ultimately what you want to do is make Russian oil more expensive, Russian gas more expensive, and that actually hurts them, meaning it costs them more to produce, and they don't get as much of the return on their investments. And that's actually really important, because we already see, you mentioned earlier in your show today, we already have oil prices are down over 1% today. So if we have a natural dampening on oil prices at the same time that we have a more concerted sanctions package, we can at least squeeze the ability of Vladimir Putin to wage war. Now, to be fair, that's still going to take time to actually impact his battlefield performance, given that he's got consistent support from both China and Iran, and has found ways to kind of turn on the Russian economy into a war economy.
All right. We're going to end the transmission here, but thank you for watching on Rumble and on YouTube. I greatly appreciate it. And the ones that have been watching on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and the early morning review of the markets on X Basis this morning. So thank you for participating. Greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by going to the store, getting the products that I offer, take and pay attention to the stacks, follow my directions and the holistic approach, and you're going to help to boost up your health and wellness. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.